to watch his testimony. She wanted to say
No key, niggas hating but they don't want no beef. State gang, true sippers, bitch, I bet we don't eat.
Okay, all right, yes. Thank you, Ron.
Yes, ma'am.
Where are the exhibits?
Let me go get them.
So we have a jail break. Okay. Can you pass me my document? Good morning.
Well,
What's your name, sir?
David Mathis.
Already, even with a 30-minute buffer set in, already, this shit is on break already. I don't know what the fuck is going on with this new update. It's not in my background show in the full screen version. And then when I go to, because I don't want the comments up, is it going to stay like this? See, this is theater mode. I don't get it. This is some weird shit. I don't get to see the background and all the other. I don't understand what's going on with it, but we'll work with it. But yeah, I purposely scheduled this for 10:30, and they're still fucking late. They're still late. I mean, 10 o'clock, because they scheduled it at 9:30, and we still are late here. So, yeah. I don't like this background, though. It's not working in the vertical app the way it's supposed to. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. How y'all doing? See if we can at least get the premium part off the screen. And this is weird what they've done with this shit now. No. I'll leave it like that. Good morning, Mad. Hello, everybody on each channel. How y'all doing? Welcome to Memphis. Don't give a fuck about y'all time. I tried. Right. Thank the break already. Court started. Now the cameras, shout out to Court TV. They actually went live on time at 9:30. But if this lady told the people yesterday, everybody back at 9:30, court begins at 9:30. Why in the fuck are they on a break already? This is. Oh, and the Alicia Andrew, I actually got a video where I played on one of the breaks. So Alicia Andrews' lawyers have been, they filed a whole bunch of appeals saying the judge was biased and not listening to them, not allowing them to do sidebars, have objections and all that. She was rushing the trial. She told the jury that they would have the trial by a certain date and yada yada yada. And so they're appealing. They actually made some pretty compelling arguments, and one of the things they used was YouTube comments while the trial was live and some of the shit was going on, and they posted the users' names with about 20 people saying how the judge was unfair, she was biased, she was impatient, she looked like she was ready to go, she was rude. So yeah, they may have a pretty compelling case on an appeal there. Like, she wouldn't let them elaborate or ask questions about something that was already testified to. So yeah, could be very, very interesting in the Alicia Andrews shit.
I mean, you don't think they should just take this and run with it? Because to me, she got away with lying and you know what I'm saying? What do they call that? Interfering with investigation.
Well, they can have just appealed the manslaughter charge, which is what she got. She got convicted on manslaughter, so she can appeal that. At the worst, that she'll only get manslaughter again, but then she may get off if a jury or something feels differently, or it could affect that there could affect her sentencing if they feel like the judge was unfair. It could help with the sentencing. But there ain't gonna be no appeal before the sentencing date or any of it, so don't worry about it. Well, while we wait, I might as well play my new favorite song. AI is, I like AI. AI is very, very creative. Let me play this song into to trial start, if it starts. Look like it's gonna start at 10:30.
She wants it balls deep. She need every inch of this dick to keep. Every time she stuck it and suck it, that's her daily treat. Boots flying off, panties down by her knees. She said, cowboy, fuck me harder till I can't breathe. Bounce on this coat till your knees go weak. Swallow every drop, girl, don't you leak. From your throat to your pussy, then a slide in your cheek. She don't want no halfway, she only wants it balls deep. She wants is my dick swinging like a bull on a string. Riding reverse cowgirl, moaning loud a beat. Clapping like a honky-tonk drum, smacking them cheeks. Bounce on this coat till your knees go weak. Swallow every drop, girl, don't you leak. From your throat to your pussy, then a slide in your cheek. She don't want no halfway, she only wants it balls deep.
Man, I think that's why Truth ain't here this morning. I think she may be getting it balls deep right now.
Man, you ain't setting me up this morning. You know she's listening.
I mean, I am streaming it. I think she's getting it balls deep.
Gagging on this dick while I'm pounding balls deep. Bounce on this coat till your knees go weak. Swallow every drop, girl, don't you leak. From your throat to your pussy, then I slide in your cheek. She don't want no halfway, she only wants it balls, balls deep.
It's different.
Balls deep, baby. Balls deep, baby.
Balls deep.
That's the only way she sleep, baby.
they still ain't started. What do you know? Who's shocked? Who the fuck is shocked they ain't started yet? This is not a singular event. Every time we bring our ass to Memphis to cover one of these trials, that's how it be. Hey, Truth, that's your theme song. You want to hear your theme song again? You want to hear it one more time, Truth? Mad said that's your theme song. That's what Mad said. So just let me know if you want me to play it again, and you know, I'll run it back because court probably ain't starting until about 10:45. So just let me know. I'm here all day. This is ridiculous. Well, let me just keep playing AI songs until it starts.
She got a coochie so tight and clean, with a grip so mean it'll snap your pain. That kitty don't purr, it bites and it screams, got me sweating through sheets and seeing my dreams. It's wetter than a creek in a hurricane, hotter than a stovetop cooking propane. Every time she
Sing that shit, man. Sing that shit.
she'll drain my soul through my goddamn vein. Her pussy brings life, it rewires my brain like touching a socket in the pouring rain. It grips, it pulls, it sucks me dry, got me cussing, praying, damn near cry like a lasso rope on a rodeo steer. Once it locks on, I ain't getting clear. It shocks my heart, it fries
It's never too early to talk about sex. Never too early.
that coochie got power I can't explain, like touching a socket in the pouring rain. She rides me hard like a buck and steer. Neighbors pound the walls, but I can't hear. Boots fly off and my hat hits the floor. When that grip locks tight, I come begging for more. She don't need lube, don't need foreplay. That coochie got torque like a Chevrolet, bites down hard like a pit bull's teeth, got me seeing stars and I can't find relief. It grips, it pulls, it sucks me dry, got me cussing, praying, damn near cry like a lasso rope on a rodeo steer. Once it locks on, I ain't getting clear. It shocks my heart, it fries my brain like moonshine burning through my veins. That coochie got power I can't explain, like touching a socket in the
You may be seated. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, y'all sound very refreshed. All right, we're ready to get that started. State, you may call your next witness.
The state calls Special Agent Brock Sane.
Good morning. Stand right here. Raise your right hand.
You swear affirm to tell the whole truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have a seat, sir. If you could speak loudly so the jury can hear you, like you're trying to push the back of the room for me, please. All right, you may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state and spell your name for this record, please?
Brock Sane, B-R-O-C-K, last name Sane, S-A-I-N.
And Special Agent Sane, where are you employed?
I work for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And how long have you been with them?
I'm on my 16th year.
And what position do you currently hold?
I'm Special Agent in charge in the Administrative Services Division over the support unit.
Okay. Have you always been in that division?
No, I have not.
Where were you prior to that?
Prior to that, I was a Assistant Special Agent in charge in the Medicaid Fraud Control Division. Prior to that, I was Special Agent Investigator in the Medicaid Fraud Control Division. Before that, I worked in the crime lab here in Memphis as a Special Agent Forensic Scientist. I worked in the Drug Identification Unit and the Firearms and Tool Mark Identification Unit in the crime lab in Memphis.
Okay. So when you were in the crime lab, what did your job duties entail?
When I was in the Firearm and Tool Mark unit, that was from 2016 to 2020, roughly around that time, and I identified, examined firearms and ammunition components to determine whether or not those ammunition components were fired in a particular firearm and if the firearm was in operating condition.
So prior to the TBI, could you tell the jury a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Chemistry from the University of Mississippi. I graduated from there in 2009.
And have you ever testified about your findings in a firearms report?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
I don't know the exact number. In firearms, more than 10.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert witness as pertaining to firearm identification?
Yes, I have.
Do you know how many times?
All of those, 10 to 15 times.
And was that in Shelby County or other counties?
Other counties, federal court here in Memphis, and other counties across West Tennessee.
Your Honor, I would tender Special Agent Sane as an expert in firearms identification.
No objection.
All right. We'll tender Special Agent Sane as an expert in firearms identification.
Agent Sane, I'm going to pass you a document. Do you know what that document is that I just passed you?
Yes, this is a copy of my lab report for firearms identification on a TBI lab case.
Okay. And was that case involving a homicide that involved Miss Latasha Daniels?
Yes.
Okay. And you completed that firearms report?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if we could enter the firearms report into evidence as the next number exhibit.
Any
No,
objection?
no objection.
All right, we'll show Exhibit 20 as the firearms report.
Thank you. You can pass that back. Yes. Thank you. So Agent Sane, what evidence did you receive to make that firearms report?
I received a Ruger EC9S 9mm Luger pistol, a magazine and some cartridges. And then I also received 7 9mm cartridge cases from a crime scene. And I received 6 bullets from the Shelby County, from the medical examiner's office.
And who did you receive all of that from?
It was received from Chris Roberts from Collierville PD,
Okay. Do you remember the date that you received all of that?
April 10th of 2019.
Agent Sane, I'm going to pass you what has previously been marked as Exhibit 3. to open that up and tell us what you see?
It's a Ruger EC9S 9mm semi-automatic pistol.
Okay. And is that the same gun that you received from Detective Roberts?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And Agent Sane, I'm going to pass you what has already been previously identified as Exhibit 6. And what do you see?
Evidence received from at the TBI crime lab with my markings on it, my evidence tape, and it's the evidence examined in this report.
Okay. And for all of that evidence that we just went through, were you able to analyze all of it?
Yes.
And did you compare the Ruger handgun to the bullets and casings that are in there?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And the bullets and casings, were they found on the scene and from the medical examiner?
According to the submittal form, yes, they were.
Okay. And could you walk us through what you did when you examined them?
Yes. You ready to just talk about, in general, the firearms? And so in the laboratory, we take the firearm, if there's a firearm in question, take it in the laboratory to examine it. So I would do test fires. Take that firearm, and we have a tank in the laboratory full of water, and it's a stainless steel tank. Shoot that firearm into that tank and collect known bullets and cartridge cases that were fired in that gun. So those are my knowns. I know what those have. I look at those under a comparison microscope to look at the individual characteristics or the mechanical fingerprint of that firearm that were left and impressed and scratched upon those cartridge cases and bullets by that particular firearm. If I have evidence pieces such as these, bullets and cartridge cases, I take those and compare those under a comparison microscope to see if they have those same individual characteristics as the known test fires from that particular firearm. I look at those under the comparison microscope to determine if they were fired from that particular firearm or not.
And did you bring anything to demonstrate the test fires to the jury?
Yes, I did. May I use it in front of the jury? So, may I step down?
Yes.
So this is an aid to help you see what I'm talking about. This is a cartridge. So this is what the ammunition is loaded into, that semi-automatic pistol. It's loaded into that firearm. When the firing pin strikes the rear of this, the bullet, there's an immense pressure in the back. It pushes the bullet down the barrel of the firearm. So that bullet travels down the barrel of a firearm. Inside that barrel, there are raised areas, lands and grooves, and it looks like the stripes of a candy cane. So the point of that is to put a spiral, like a football, onto that bullet so it can go towards its intended target. So once that bullet is forced down that barrel, it's scratched by that metal, that hard steel inside that barrel, and the scratches are left upon that bullet. I examine those scratches on that bullet, compare them to my known test fires. I do the same thing with the cartridge case. The pressure of that firing of the bullet down the barrel presses it against the rear part of the firearm, and when it's ejected, there's also other scratches that are left on the cartridge case. So I can look at a cartridge case and compare it to another cartridge case, or a bullet compared to another bullet. And that's how I can identify whether or not they have those same individual characteristics from that firearm that were placed there by the firing of that ammunition down the barrel.
Thank you for that. I do have a general question. So is it unusual to have a shell casing but not have a bullet?
No, it just depends on the situation. A cartridge case is ejected from a firearm and usually lands a few feet from where that firearm was. A bullet is fired down the barrel of a gun, and it can go until it comes into contact with something or until it runs out of speed or energy.
So specifically for this firearms report, what were your results?
So the results of this testing was I examined the firearm, and it was in normal operating condition and the safety features functioning. There was a cartridge and a magazine. There were cartridges and a magazine. And then once I test fired that firearm, the test fired cartridge cases and bullets from Exhibit 1A, the firearm, were microscopically examined in conjunction with the cartridge cases in Exhibit 2A. There were 7 cartridge cases and the 6 bullets in Exhibits 2B, 3A, 3B, 3C, 3D, and 3E. And based upon the comparative examination, sufficient agreement of those individual characteristics, all of those ammunition components had been fired in that firearm.
Okay. So all the casings or the bullets had been fired from that Ruger?
Yes.
So if you could take a look at your report one more time. How many bullets came from the medical examiner? And were there any other bullets found in the scene?
I received 6 bullets. One of those was from the crime scene, and then the rest of those were from the medical examiner. So one of those says it was from the crime scene.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective Saint, not Detective.
Agent Saint.
Agent Saint.
That's fine.
Special Agent Saint.
Yes, sir.
I just have a few questions for you. So you were asked to, as you described, you were asked to examine these bullets in this, that came from this Luger, correct?
I was asked
Ruger, I'm sorry.
to examine the firearm and compare it to those pieces of evidence, cartridge cases and bullets. Yes,
And that Ruger, that's a 9mm, correct?
that's correct.
And it's relatively small.
Yes, it is.
You examine a lot of different types of weapons, correct?
Yes.
And a 9mm, is that a fairly common weapon?
Yes, it's, I would say, one of the most common firearms that I examined.
A lot of law enforcement carry a 9mm weapon.
A lot of law enforcement does, yes.
And this particular one is relatively small in size, correct?
Yes.
And were the bullets that were fired from it small in size?
They're the same as all 9mm.
Okay. And you're not here today to offer to this jury that you knew what happened between Brodus Perry and my client Latasha Daniels, are you?
No, I do not.
Your main thing that you're here to testify about today is that you examined those bullets, you examined the gun, correct?
Correct.
You tested the bullets.
Yes.
And just to tell us that you can say that those bullets came from that gun.
That is correct.
And that's the extent of your testimony, and that's the extent of your involvement in this case.
That is.
No further questions.
Rio Rick.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, sir. State may call your next witness.
State restaurant.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna excuse you at this time. The lawyer and I need to have some discussions, so I'm gonna show you excuse, for, a recess, okay? And again, we're still not ready to discuss the case.
Okay, folks, can you pass your chair, please?
Are there any motions at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, we would like to make a motion for judgment of acquittal. As to count 1, first-degree murder, even in a light most favorable to the prosecution at this point, we have testimony that Ms. Daniels, when she arrived in this location, was happy to see Ms. Ms. Archie. They were in an enclosed apartment together with no threats. Mr. Brodus Perry came home together in an enclosed apartment, no threats. And it wasn't until something happened outside of the hearing of Tabitha that the shots were fired. After the shots were fired, officers have described Ms. Daniels as being non-responsive. When Ms. Perry testified, she testified that Ms. Daniels was yelling, "He broke my heart." And so I would submit that as to the count 1, that only the threshold for voluntary manslaughter has been met. As to count 2, criminal attempt, first-degree murder regarding Tabitha Perry Archie. Your Honor, I would submit that the proof has shown that Ms. Perry testified that when she and Ms. Daniels were interacting with each other, she had to say, "You shot me." Ms. Daniels said, "No, I didn't." She said, "Yes, you shot me." And Ms. Daniels said, "I didn't mean to shoot you." And Ms. Perry even told Detective Roberts that she didn't think Ms. Daniels was trying to shoot her when that happened. She suffered an injury to the far side of her shoulder, which would not be a lethal injury. There was never any threats between Ms. Daniels and Ms. Perry. There was never any animus. For Ms. Perry, Your Honor, I would submit that reckless endangerment at best is what has been established as to Tabitha Perry Archie, which would then eliminate count 3, the employing a firearm.
All right, State.
State is opposed to the motion for judgment of acquittal. The testimony is that the defendant bought a gun on the same date that she showed up unannounced at Mr. and Ms. Perry's house. She brought that gun inside the house, and for whatever reason, there's no testimony that anything unexpected or that should have caused an unreasonable response happened. They were walking out the door after talking for a while. She turned around and shot him. She discharged the gun at least 7 times, hit him at least 5 times. In the midst of that, she shot Tabitha Perry in the shoulder. I assume the court is going to charge the jury that if your intent is to kill another person and you accidentally hit another person, it doesn't matter that it's what you were trying to do. And if you just unintentionally hit another person, it would still be first-degree murder or criminal attempt first-degree murder. And the employing goes along with that. I think the evidence is overwhelming, and the case should go to the jury.
Your Honor, as to counsel's argument regarding almost a transferred intent, that may have been the case, I believe, if Mr. Brodus Perry had not died. But then to say she killed Brodus Perry, and in trying to kill Brodus Perry, she shot Tabitha Perry, that becomes a reckless action. The intent is here. It can't be on both. So, Your Honor, I would submit that as to Tabitha Perry, that transferred intent should not apply. Secondly, nothing in the indictment indicates that the state was pursuing a theory of transferred intent here. It says that in an attempt to premeditatedly kill Tabitha Perry, that this happened. It doesn't say anything about a transferred intent in the attempt to kill Brodus Perry. That would be an attempted felony murder. That's not a crime in Tennessee, according to State v. Kimbrough. So, Your Honor, I would submit reckless endangerment is where we fall as to Ms. Perry.
I'm not aware of any law that requires us to indict the transferred intent in any specific way. And I would be interested to see if there's any that have been provided to the court. Again, the jury's going to be charged that if she were attempting to kill one person and hit another, and to say the fact that she was actually successful on her first attempt, on the attempt to kill Mr. Perry, that somehow negates the fact that she shot Miss Perry. I do not believe that's the law.
Your Honor, I can provide the court law that says if you're trying to shoot someone in self-defense and you shoot another person, that is a reckless act. You can't transfer the acting in self-defense against this person to the person that you accidentally shot. That becomes a reckless act, not that
But we're
intentional.
not in self-defense though either.
And that's just an analogous situation. There is case law regarding, if you are trying to shoot one person and you don't succeed in shooting one person, but you shoot another person, then there's case law to support that. But when this other person also gets shot, then you end up in, I think, some double jeopardy issues with having the same intent covering two different crimes. I think the intent here is the allegation of premeditated. If there was an attempt to commit a premeditated act and someone else was injured, then that then becomes a reckless act.
All right, well, I have heard the arguments. And so the court's going to begin the analysis on the first degree murder. The standard on a motion for judgment of acquittal is, after viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution, any rational trial fact could find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the offense. And the court looks at the legal sufficiency of the evidence and not the weight of the evidence. So first, starting with first degree murder. There are three elements for first degree murder. One, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, Rose Perry. The wife testified that she observed the defendant shoot Mr. Perry multiple times. Dr. Erica Curry testified that the defendant was killed by a homicide. So that element, there's enough evidence for that to go to the jury. And second, that the defendant acted intentionally. A person acts intentionally when it's the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. I think from the evidence that's been presented, the defendant's alleged to pull the gun out, shot the victim several times, and last, that the killing was premeditated. The evidence that has come in at this point is that the defendant purchased the gun in Sherwood, Arkansas on April the 4th of 2019, drove 3 hours to Memphis, went to the victim's residence and shot multiple times. So looking at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, the court finds that there's enough evidence for first degree murder to go forward to the jury. Looking at the second count, criminal attempt, first degree murder, as to Tabitha Perry Archie, one, that the defendant intended to commit the offense of first degree murder against the alleged victim Tabitha Perry, and 2B, that the defendant did some act intending to cause an essential element of first degree murder to occur, and at the time believed the act would cause the element to occur without further action on the defendant's part, and 3, that the alleged victim Tabitha Perry suffered serious bodily injury. The evidence, Ms. Perry testified that the defendant was shooting at the Mr. Perry, but she told Ms. Perry to get out of the way, and she shot, although she may not have intended to shoot Ms. Perry. There's something that is called transfer intent. And so, although she may not have had the intent to shoot Ms. Perry, she had the intent to shoot Mr. Perry, and in the process of that, Ms. Perry was shot. And so, also in terms of serious bodily injury, Ms. Perry Archer testified that her shoulder was injured. She said that she had pain in her shoulder. There was a bullet that was lodged in her shoulder that had to be removed. So the court finds that there's enough evidence for the criminal attempt first-degree murder to go forward to the jury, looking at the light most favorable to the state. And last, count 3, employing a firearm during the commission of a dangerous offense. There's no doubt, not that based off the testimony at this point, the defendant employed a firearm. Ms. Perry testified that she saw the defendant shoot the victim. There were bullets that were found inside of Mr. Perry, so employment of the firearm, that element has been met. The defendant employed a firearm in the commission of the shooting of Ms. Perry, the criminal attempt murder. The court finds that there was enough evidence for criminal attempt murder, and there was a bullet that was found in Ms. Perry's shoulder as well. And so in the commission of her, in the commission of the gun being employed, Ms. Perry was shot. And last, that the defendant acted intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. The defendant told Ms. Perry to get out of the way, and she shot the gun. So the court finds that there's enough evidence for each count to proceed to the jury, looking at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you're welcome. All right, are we ready on Momon?
No, I'd like to reserve a moment until after we have our first 2 witnesses and Ms. Daniels has been able to hear all of the proof as it stands at that point for her to then make that decision.
Okay.
So if we could, after Dr. Bidding, take up the Momon hearing.
Okay.
And if I may just step out and make one quick phone call to make sure that we are good on logistics, we'll be ready to go.
All right. We'll take a recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Not another motherfucking break. Not another motherfucking break. Yeah, they ain't start to 10 o'clock. And they done had 2 breaks already.
And that big ass judge got to eat.
Bruh, it's been 40 minutes. They had scheduled for 9:30. They started after 10. I'm just giving them 10 o'clock, but they didn't start at 10. I went live at 10. If they still wasn't ready, they came on, said 2 words, break. What the fuck? They have one motion to one witness, 1 motion to dismiss, and we on another motherfucking break. I can't stand our judicial system.
Miss B, don't act like you didn't see that parachute she had on. That chick big as it. I'm just saying.
I just seen the funniest shit ever. Y'all know how at one point, Flexi and Terry was doing Terry and Melissa, and Flexi was playing Melissa. Well, Melissa done found her a nigga to play Terry, and apparently they've done several shows as this thing, and they got another one coming up, and he had his feelings. But I mean,
Is she getting them good, man?
I don't know. I've just seen the flyers that have been posted. I don't know, but I mean, it's only fair play. Because I mean, shit, he did. I'm gonna see if I can upload the video right quick.
So we was pretty hard on Marissa, man. Let's give her a little like.
Nah, fuck Melissa. Melissa got what the fuck she deserved because she talk shit. A nigga's allowed to defend somebody.
I think I miss out on a lot of stuff.
She went to trying to doxing and getting up with Helmet Head and them, and yeah, she just did.
Oh yeah, I didn't forget that.
She didn't just keep it simple talking, and then she called me. She said I was a doc and hurt my damn feelings. I started bleaching my skin after that bitch said that.
Yeah, I'm dark.
Yeah, called me a darker than she darker than me.
Well, that
Except
ain't
when
some
she
straight.
got on makeup.
That's some 1800 shit right there, boy.
Well, yeah, she been doing she been playing that shit is funny. That's poetic justice to me right there. Hold on, let me show let me see if I can I should be able to send it to this computer. They done made a whole little a slideshow of all the shit they done did and got coming up. But most of these look like was in September and shit of that nature. We in October. Then they got some shit coming in December. The 29 who she was seen Terry once her and Melissa on the same show. So I'm sure that's gonna burn him up as well. Congratulations to them folk. Congratulations. But now she good now. She in good stand now. I get, but she the goddamn most. She just did. So she got everything she deserved. All that other shit. It's part of the battle. She can get grace now, but it was part of the battle.
Memphis got a UFO crash down or something, boy. Because your mic is just staticky as a motherfucker.
Because I'm doing a lot of shit, and it's like 3 PS5s hooked up on this damn internet. Okay, you're gonna have to entertain the crowd then, cause I'm finna drop down. Well, you know what? Yeah, I'm finna drop down.
And this is my show now, damn it. Nah, I'm just fucking around. Hope everybody's doing good this morning. Hopefully, damn, the A don't do nothing crazy to get our weekend started today. Well, anybody else do anything stupid, you know what I'm saying, to get our weekend started today. But do you believe this lawyer? This damn defense boy got daggone. I couldn't believe she said what she said. Oh, I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. I think I might need to set up my turntables for shit like this. Because my chat is running different than these two chats, because I'm running through OBS at the moment. So, and then I got my mic separated so I can run 2 different conversations, you know what I'm saying? Got things going on just in case, you know. trying to design and listen to this at the same time. The clown with his change up don't throw me back about another week or two. Now I got to come up with something different. Unless he don't mind his name still being used on the video. What's going on? Can't handle the truth? He said he had 3 PS5s going. Boy, he burning that damn modem up. I just got OBS and StreamYard streaming at the same time, and it's killing me. OBS ain't killing me. That's running pretty low. And I saved a whole bunch of money on my internet bill by fixing this internet myself. Well, at least $40 a month, I say. Even though I still need a straight hookup. So they took a break so she can make a phone call, something that she should have did on the previous 2 breaks. Is the defendant already in custody? Oh, okay. Uh-oh, look like we got breaking news here. Dallas Cowboy star Marshawn Nealon commits suicide. 911 audio. I'm not sure how fresh this is.
Oh, I wish you were still. No more pain and no more sorrow. This don't feel.
Man, boy, look like he crying. Boy, look like he crying.
I was just talking. I said, "Nah, that scene was from him at his grandma's funeral." But he in his feelings though. He's definitely in his feelings because turnabout is fair play. He was able to have her portrayed, she portraying him.
You catch the breaking news?
Yeah, I said I've never heard of that dude.
Yeah.
Damn star.
Defensive end. Did they get beat that bad? Those fans are ruthless. What in the hell? Did he? I don't know. I don't know what's going on yet, so I ain't gonna crack no little side jokes. But do you think he did that to motivate the team? Suicide gets no peace. Fuck that shit. Did Jerry Jones do enough to fix Dallas trade deadline? Man, that team is just done. Look like Jerry Jones been in the gym though, boy. His shoulders looking kind of buff. Good morning, Tanya. Man, how bad did the Lakers get beat? And I didn't know the San Antonio Spurs had a damn guy that was 10 feet tall and they ain't even got a jump.
And then these folk really done took a full-fledged break. What the fuck? A full-fledged break. Not a short 5-10 minute recess. These motherfuckers have been gone about 20 minutes now. It was like 10:40, 26 minutes. Less than 40 minutes. It's actually like the second break.
You may be seated. Welcome back. All right, ready to get started again. Does the defense wish to put on any proof?
We do, Your Honor.
All right, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, the first witness will be Officer Dunlap.
Morning, sir. Okay, your face is us. Raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear affirm to tell the whole truth?
I do.
All right, you may have a seat, sir.
Would you please state and spell your name?
Ryan Dunlap, RYANDUNLAP.
Officer,
Officer, yes.
where are you currently employed?
Collierville Police Department.
Were you also employed there on April the 4th of 2019?
I was
How long have you been with Collierville?
since 2017.
Okay. I want to take you back to April the 4th of 2019. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Okay. Did you go to an apartment complex in Collierville?
I did.
And why did you go to that apartment complex?
We received a shots fired call.
When you went to the apartment complex, you went up, did you go up some stairs
I did.
and then towards an apartment?
Yes.
If I may, Your Honor, publish part of cumulative exhibit 12.
Yes.
Officer Dunlap, is this the apartment that you responded to?
Yes, it looks like it.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you about where you were in relation to where this picture is taken when you responded. Where were you standing?
Outside the doorway, probably 5 to 10 feet from the actual doorway.
Okay, so you actually could have like taken that picture from where you were standing.
Yes.
Okay. When you responded on the scene, did you see anyone?
I saw Officer Draper and Officer McLean talking to an individual on the bottom floor. And then
Okay.
they went upstairs and I followed them.
And that was another tenant of the building?
Yes.
And after that conversation, y'all went upstairs?
Yes.
When you went to the apartment, did you see anyone inside the apartment?
Yes, I saw 3 individuals. 2 were laying on the ground and one was standing behind them holding a gun.
Okay, and that was a man and a woman on the ground
Yes.
and a woman standing.
Yes.
And that was Latasha Daniels that was standing.
Yes, ma'am.
When you saw Miss Daniels, she had a weapon in her hand.
She did.
Do you remember seeing that?
I do.
Did anyone give her any verbal commands about putting the gun down?
Yes.
Do you remember how long you were at that door?
I do not recall.
As people were giving her these verbal commands, do you recall what you saw Miss Daniels doing?
Just standing there, staring at us.
Did she seem responsive to you?
No.
Did you see her at any point raise the gun to herself?
Yes. After standing there for a minute, she knelt down and put the gun next to her head.
Did you see her, and I'm not asking you for any content of what anyone else said, but did you see her or hear her speaking softly to herself?
I'd have to refer to the reports, but I don't recall anything.
Would it help you to refer to your report?
It could.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
That was just his use of force.
In my report, it states that she stated that she had ruined her life.
Well, and we're not, I don't want you to say what anybody said. Do you remember hearing her speaking to herself?
I can't recall.
Did you note that she was?
I did note that she
Yes,
was speaking.
that she was speaking softly, and that she was not really communicating with y'all.
Correct.
And during this interaction, y'all were yelling at her, right? I need
Yes,
to answer
sorry.
that. Thank you. Court reporter's taking everything down that we said.
Gotcha.
And as you were yelling at her, she was not really registering what you were yelling. Is that a fair assessment of what you saw?
I guess so.
Now, at some point, you said you saw her put the gun to her head.
Yes,
Do you remember seeing that?
I do.
When you saw that, could you see the gun?
I could.
Are you familiar with guns?
I am.
Do you know what it looks like when the slide is cocked back
I do.
and the gun is cleared?
Yes.
Did Miss Daniels' gun have the slide back, or did it look normal?
It looked like the slide was not locked back.
Okay, so it looked like it was
It
in
looked normal. Yeah.
And if she had put the gun to her head and that slide was back, is that something that you would have noticed?
I would assume so.
At some point during this interaction, there was a decision made to use a less lethal round. Do you
Yeah.
remember that?
I do.
Do you remember the first gun misfiring?
I do.
Do you remember another officer going down to get another weapon?
I do not remember which officer it was, or
Do you remember that that happened?
I was focused on her. I wasn't really focused on what they were doing.
But at some point, Officer Jenkins deployed that less lethal round,
Yes.
and then Ms. Daniels was taken into custody.
Yes.
Prior to that point, you indicated that you saw Ms. Daniels put the gun to her own head.
Yes.
Did you ever see her point the gun again at the two people on the ground?
No.
At any point did Ms. Daniels point the gun at the officers?
No.
At any point did she threaten the officers?
No.
At that point in time, did y'all deem her to be a threat to herself?
Yes.
If I may, Your Honor, just a moment. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examination. You may step down, sir. You may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the defense calls Dr. Amanda Bidding.
You can step this way, man. Stand here, face the judge, and raise your right hand.
Do you swear to affirm and tell the whole truth? I do. All right, you may have a seat now.
Watch your step.
Proceed.
Would you please state and spell your name?
My name is Dr. Amanda Bidding, Amanda, B as in boy, Itting.
How are you employed?
I work full-time at Vanderbilt University Medical Center as an assistant professor of psychiatry and behavioral sciences.
Your Honor, may I pass forward a document? Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is my curriculum vitae.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be made the next under exhibit. I believe that's 21.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
All right, we'll show curriculum vitae 1 to exhibit 21.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Dr. Bidding, can you tell me a little bit about your professional career, starting with your education?
Yes. I obtained an undergraduate degree from Eastern Kentucky University in psychology. Then I went on to get my PhD in clinical psychology from Sam Houston State University, which is in Texas. As part of getting your PhD in clinical psychology, you have to do a year of clinical work under supervision. I did that year at Utah State Hospital in Provo, Utah, where I did forensic evaluations and also
And Dr. Beard,
treatment.
excuse me, you can
Yes.
speak up for me?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Like you're trying to reach the back of the room.
Okay.
All right.
After my time at Utah State Hospital, I had my PhD, and then I did another year of specialized training in forensic psychology for the state of Minnesota. After all of that, I was a licensed psychologist, and I worked for several years at Utah State Hospital doing forensic evaluations and participating in training. I also did some treatment, and then I came to Nashville and started working for Vanderbilt University Medical Center. Most of my work at Vanderbilt is doing forensic evaluations, but I also do treatment and then training with psychology trainees and psychiatry trainees.
Do you have any special licenses or certifications?
I am a licensed psychologist. I am certified by the state of Tennessee to do like court-ordered evaluations for people that are charged with a crime. And then I am also board certified in forensic psychology, which means that I went through a rigorous process where people who are experts in the field of forensic psychology reviewed my work, and I had to defend that work to them, and then they said, yes, we think that you are, you do high quality work, and so then I was board certified by the American Board of Professional Psychology.
Now, you indicated that in your practice now, you have both forensic and clinical practices, right?
That's correct.
And in the past, you have also engaged in clinical evaluations.
That's right.
What is the difference between a clinical evaluation and a forensic evaluation?
A clinical evaluation is typically where a psychologist sees someone to figure out if they have some sort of mental health diagnosis. We'll give treatment recommendations, whether that is for a school or for them to go seek treatment somewhere else. A forensic evaluation is when a psychologist evaluates somebody specific to a legal question. So whether the person is having mental health symptoms, that would be relevant to something in a legal case. That would be able to speak to their ability to get through their case, maybe their mental state at the time of whatever they're accused of doing. There are other things, but it would be related to something in the legal arena.
Does that forensic examination require distinct training above the, or aside from the clinical?
It doesn't require distinct training, however, it is highly recommended because it is different than the typical clinical work that most psychologists do.
And you have that forensic training?
I do.
Have you taught any classes, anything?
Yes, I've taught mostly through supervision. So I supervise clinical work, but I've supervised trainees doing forensic evaluations and then have taught never a full course. Actually, that's not true. I did teach a full course in forensic psychology, but then also do like short, hour to 3 hour long lectures sometimes on forensic psychology.
Which kind of brings me to my next question. Have you published peer review articles and have you been a presenter at continuing education seminars?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know approximately how many?
I've published, I think, around 7. I've been an author on about 7 peer-reviewed articles. Presented at a conference approximately 15 times over my career, and then been asked to present at other talks, I think approximately 5 to 10 times.
Have you received any specific honors or awards?
Yes, the honors and awards that I've received are mostly from graduate school, but the biggest honor in terms of since I've become a licensed psychologist is that board certification in forensic psychology.
Are you a member of any professional associations?
Yes, a member of the American Psychological Association, and then kind of a subgroup of that, the American Psychology and Law Society.
Have you previously testified as an expert in a court of law?
Yes.
Have you testified for the state?
Yes.
Have you testified for the defense?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to tender Dr. Amanda Bidding as an expert in both clinical and forensic psychology.
Any objection? We'll show Dr. Amanda Bean as declared expert in clinical and forensic psychology.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Dr. Betting, whether you're testifying for the state or for the defense, does that matter as to what ultimate opinion you render?
It should not. One of the main principles of forensic psychology is to always try to do an objective assessment. So to give opinions and come to conclusions based on the information that I review versus what side hires me.
And why is that important?
For multiple reasons. I want to be helpful to the court, and if I come in and just give an opinion that the attorney wants me to give, that's probably not very helpful. But also it makes people not look very credible if they come in and their conclusions aren't based on the actual information that they had and they seem biased.
In this case, did you meet with Latasha Daniels for an evaluation?
I did.
Now, I want to be clear, you are not coming before this jury to say that this is not guilty by reason of insanity, right?
That's right.
Can you tell the jury what not guilty by reason of insanity means?
Not guilty by reason of insanity is a plea someone can enter when they are asserting some sort of mental health defense. Typically, a defendant, if they plead not guilty by reason of insanity, they're trying to say, I was so mentally ill at the time that this happened that I didn't really understand what I was doing, or I didn't really appreciate that what I was doing was wrong.
Is the threshold, how high is the threshold for that degree of mental illness?
It is very rare for someone to be that severely mentally ill at the time of a crime to not really understand what they're doing or not be able to appreciate the wrongfulness of their actions. So it's a rare defense.
Would that actually require almost a psychotic event?
Most of the time, it is because the person is having psychotic symptoms, yes.
And psychosis is different than regular mental health issues.
Psychosis is under the umbrella of mental health issues, but typically psychosis means that the person is out of touch with reality. They're not assessing the environment accurately anymore.
Another aspect of kind of the legal area of your field would be diminished capacity, right?
Right.
Now, because of limited information, were you able to make a determination on diminished capacity here?
I was not.
And that's because Ms. Daniels couldn't remember a part of what happened?
That's correct.
Now, I want to talk to you about the sources of information that you used in coming to the determinations that you did about Ms. Daniels, okay?
Okay.
Do you recall kind of generally what types of sources you used?
Yes, I was provided some information by Ms. Fuchs that included like discovery information in the case, so police reports, recordings of the 911 calls. I was also provided some journal entries from Ms. Daniels herself. I also interviewed Ms. Daniels. I spoke to a collateral contact, and I did some psychological testing with Ms. Daniels.
Did you also just watch Officer Dunlap testify?
I did.
Now, I want to talk to you about the evaluation part of that. Is it common in psychology to have the person that you are examining be your primary source of information?
In forensic psychology, we certainly don't want the defendant to be the primary source of information. Many times when I'm trying to assess someone's mental state, they're the person that's best able to tell me their mental state. But typically that needs to be corroborated. There needs to be some other data that supports what the defendant is saying, and typically that comes from things like police reports, observations of the defendant at the time of the offense, 911 recordings, body cam footage, things like that.
Getting ahead. Here, did you get self-reporting from Ms. Daniels?
Yes.
And then compare it to corroborating information?
Yes.
Did you find corroborating information?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to kind of shift gears a little bit and talk to you about Ms. Daniels' background, okay?
Okay.
Did you discuss her childhood with her?
I did.
Did you find any particular trauma history in her childhood?
Yes.
What trauma history did you find in her childhood? You don't have to give a detail, but in general.
She detailed being physically abused by her mother during her childhood and emotionally abused by both her mother and her stepfather in some ways.
Do you recall her stepfather being abusive with her mother?
She also witnessed domestic violence between her stepfather and her mother.
Do you recall if there was any psychological impact from having to hide that from other people?
I don't know that she described psychological impact at the time, but she described how when she was a child, it was expected that she present like everything was okay when they were in public. Her stepfather was apparently a pastor. And so it was kind of the expectation that all of those things that were happening inside the home be kept secret, and that no one knew those things. And so she kind of had to like put on a happy face, for lack of a better term.
Do you still see the manifestation of that mentality currently?
That's certainly how she described herself functioning throughout the rest of her life, of kind of pushing down any sort of negative things that were happening in life and presenting herself like she had it all together.
Does Ms. Daniels have a family history of mental health? And I don't want you to get into details there, but just generally, does she have a family history?
Yes, she said she has a family history of mental illness and substance use problems on both her mom and her dad's side of the family.
I want to talk to you briefly about her educational history, okay?
Okay.
She has a master's as a licensed clinical social worker, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Can someone who is that educated struggle with mental health?
Absolutely.
Can someone who is in the mental health field struggle with mental health?
Absolutely.
Would that be uncommon?
I don't know. I don't think I can answer that question with any real data. I certainly am aware of several people in the mental health field that have mental health problems themselves.
Now, I want to talk to you about Ms. Daniels' relationship and mental health history, okay?
Okay.
Based on your evaluation of her, did you find those two things kind of going hand in hand?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Daniels had been married at a young age.
That's correct.
Do you remember whether that resulted in a divorce?
It did.
Do you remember the psychological impact of that divorce on Ms. Daniels?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
She described that divorce kind of breaking her in a sense. Divorce was seen as sinful in her family. I think she kind of viewed it as a failure on her part. And she became so emotionally distraught at the ending of her marriage that is when she described attempting suicide.
Now, she did then get remarried, based on your information, right?
That's correct.
And did she describe any emotional trauma from that marriage?
Yes, she described that marriage as just generally unfulfilling. She felt neglected, ignored, unappreciated. She kind of described feeling like she had kind of pulled him into the marriage and that he was never really wanting to be with her, is kind of how she felt during that marriage.
He was very emotionally distant with her?
That's what she described, yes.
And that was, she suffered some pretty severe depression symptoms during that marriage, right?
Toward the end of the marriage, they were married for about 8 years. Toward the end of the marriage, she described starting to have depressive symptoms, not wanting to go home, frequent crying, kind of losing some motivation, feeling hopeless.
Do you remember her describing sitting in the driveway and crying at the thought of having to go inside?
Yes.
So I want to talk to you then about her next step in counseling, okay?
Okay.
she told you that she and her husband, that she'd wanted her husband to go to counseling, he wouldn't.
That's right.
So she sought out spiritual counseling.
That's correct.
Did she tell you why she sought out spiritual counseling?
The way that she described it to me is that she wanted someone, I think, to kind of give her assurance that her relationship with God would not be affected if she got divorced again, if like another marriage ended. And so she wanted to talk to somebody in her church about that.
And at the time she reached out for that counseling, was she endorsing depressive symptoms at that point?
She described to me having depressive symptoms at that time, yes.
Now, that's kind of her background, right?
Yes.
Okay, so from there, I want to shift to the psychological testing that you did, okay?
Okay.
What is the PAI?
The PAI is a common measure that's given by psychologists. It's a self-report measure. You fill it out yourself. And essentially it's questions that get at any sort of mental health symptoms that you're having at the time that you take the test, a history of mental health symptoms, and then it asks questions about someone's kind of general personality traits.
Did you give Ms. Daniels the PAI?
I did.
And what were your determinations after that test?
So kind of her results on the test. There are some scales on the test called validity scales that give me information about whether the person was endorsing a lot of symptoms, to where you might be concerned that they're trying to like look more ill than they are, whether the person was being sort of defensive where they're like not endorsing anything, or if maybe they were confused by items. So that's the first part of the measure. And Ms. Daniels' results suggested that she was not endorsing things that most people do endorse. So not endorsing some negative aspects of herself that many people would be willing to endorse. So she was a little defensive. There was also some evidence that she might have been confused by some of the items, but not to the point where I couldn't like interpret the other scales on the measure.
So the defensiveness that you were describing, is that also known as underreporting?
Yes.
What is underreporting?
Well, underreporting, just in general, is where somebody does not endorse having symptoms that they really are having. The scale on the PAI can't tell me exactly why she kind of elevated that scale. It could be due to several things. It could be due to a person knowing their symptoms and choosing not to report them, but it can also be due to somebody not having insight into their symptoms or their problems. So just not really like knowing that they have these issues.
Did you make any specific findings about Ms. Daniels' personality?
Based on that measure, she was endorsing things, so even though she was a little defensive, she was endorsing a history of trauma, a history of some sort of traumatic event that was still bothering her. She also endorsed a history of kind of chaotic or stormy relationships. She endorsed kind of a lack of sense of self, kind of like problems with identity and knowing who she is and where she wants to go in life. Those are the things that I'm remembering right now.
Did she, in your assessment of her, did she test as being someone with anger issues?
No, that did not come up at all on the measure, which that measure does assess for anger issues.
Did she actually assess in the opposite direction?
Thank you. Yes, she, her responses on that measure suggest that she's actually kind of the opposite. She's passive, meek, doesn't like hostility, doesn't like conflict, and tries to probably avoid conflict.
The validity scales that you were talking about, are those what are also known as a malingering test built into the test?
Yes. It's not a test designed to assess specifically for malingering, but it's related. It's essentially like, is this person's reporting of symptoms something that I think is reliable?
And what is malingering?
Malingering is when someone over-endorses symptoms, where they, it's typically what happens. They endorse a lot of mental health symptoms, for the purpose of some sort of secondary gain, like getting disability benefits or trying to get out of like a prosecution in a case. Malingering can also be like acting like you have a lack of knowledge about something. That you have like a lack of memory when your memory's really fine. So it's not just kind of an over-endorsement. It can also be like a lack of knowledge or a lack of symptoms.
Did you have concerns about her regarding malingering?
No,
Did you have any concerns with her regarding over-reporting?
no,
Despite her under-reporting, were you able to rely on the results that you found?
yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about the next test. What is the trauma symptom inventory?
It's a similar measure. You fill it out yourself. It's just specific to a history of trauma and assessment for trauma-related disorders like PTSD. So similarly, it has some validity scales and then some scales to tell me what sort of trauma symptoms she's endorsing, if she's endorsing any.
Okay, and what were your results?
There were no issues with the validity scales, no evidence that she was endorsing a lot of stuff or under-endorsing things. The only thing that she endorsed in terms of trauma-related symptoms was an avoidance of memories related to her trauma and avoidance of things that would remind her of her trauma.
What does that mean?
That means that she doesn't like to think about the things that have happened to her in the past, and she avoids thinking about them.
Is that a common personality type that does that? Kind of pushes things down?
It certainly can be. It's certainly common among trauma-related disorders, and there are some personality traits that are often common with a history of trauma, where you would see the same thing.
So what was is the result that defensive avoidance, or is there a more specific result on that test?
No, the defensive that's the name of the scale that she elevated, is defensive avoidance. And what that means is that she's just avoiding those reminders and avoiding those memories.
So what was her specific results on that trauma inventory?
That was it. That was the only scale that she elevated.
Okay. Did it indicate evidence of trauma?
Yes.
Does it indicate particular trauma?
No, it doesn't give any information about the type of trauma the person has experienced.
And again, did you have any concerns about malingering during that assessment?
No,
Did you have any concerns about over-reporting during that assessment?
no,
Did you have any concerns about under-reporting during that assessment?
no.
Okay, so now I want to kind of shift gears to your evaluation regarding her mental state. Okay?
Okay,
You did review the discovery.
I did.
What stood out to you, generally speaking, in the discovery? Particularly regarding immediately after the offense.
So a lot of the discovery were police accounts. When police arrived to the scene, Miss Daniels is described as standing in the kitchen area, holding a gun, kind of talking to herself, not following commands from police to drop the gun, and kind of intermittently pointing the gun at herself.
Did you hear that consistent with Officer Dunlap's testimony?
Yes, I believe I read his report.
Did you also review Tabitha Perry's statement?
Yes.
Did anything in her statement stand out to you regarding Miss Daniels' mental state?
So Miss Perry's statement essentially talked about how, this happened, and she remembers seeing Miss Daniels kind of go into the kitchen. Another thing that stood out is that at some point, Miss Perry apparently kind of tells her to leave, that the police are coming. And Miss Daniels says, no, it doesn't matter, and doesn't leave, even though Miss Perry is telling her to get out of there and that she won't say anything to police, essentially.
Did anything strike you about the fact that she wasn't responsive with the officers?
It could mean that she was so distressed she wasn't able to pay attention to what was happening at the time. There are, I think, different things that it can mean. What it means at the most basic level is that she was not responding to the officers like most people would if officers have guns drawn at you and are telling you to put down a gun.
During your evaluation, were you also provided a suicide note?
Yes.
Is something like that important to your evaluation?
Yes. In this particular evaluation, it was her account to me that she was feeling suicidal around the time.
And you had some medical reports indicating depressed mood and suicidal ideations around this time?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Daniels did talk to you about her version of events, right?
Yes.
With your evaluation, did you find objective evidence that corroborated what Ms. Daniels was telling you?
Yes. So the things that I found that were corroborated were that she was feeling suicidal around the time, that she was depressed around the time, and some corroboration for the things that she talked about that were happening in the relationship with the victim.
Okay. And so did you find corroboration of, were you provided corroboration of the fact that she did purchase a gun that
Yes.
day?
Yes.
But that was after she had written the suicide note?
I don't recall the exact time. I would have to look back in the documents.
If the suicide note that you were provided was written on April 4th, 2019 at 3:14, that would be before April the 4th, 2019 at 4:37 p.m., right?
Yes.
Did you find that sequence of events to corroborate her timeline that she provided you?
Yes.
Did you see a Marco Polo video that corroborated her saying that she had a discussion with Brodus Perry earlier that night before going to the apartment?
Yes.
Did you see Tabitha Perry's statement that corroborated that Ms. Daniels went to the apartment complex?
Yes.
Did you see reports from police officers and the statement of Ms. Perry that kind of corroborated what Ms. Daniels was telling you about her mental state at the time?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about the conclusions that you made in a clinical aspect regarding Ms. Daniels, okay?
Okay.
Did you make any diagnoses of her?
I did.
What were those?
I diagnosed Ms. Daniels with major depressive disorder, which means I believe she was having depressive symptoms around the time that were severe enough to impair her functioning.
Did you make any other diagnoses of her?
I also diagnosed her with an unspecified trauma-related disorder. There was evidence in what I had that she had some symptoms of a trauma-related disorder, like that avoidance of memories and that avoidance of triggers. There was some evidence in the PAI of kind of distrust of people, but she was not meeting criteria for PTSD, which is a specific type of trauma-related disorder. She was displaying some symptoms of a just general trauma-related disorder around the time.
And again, you can't tie that to a particular trauma, right?
That's correct.
And did you have any other assessments that you made regarding her?
I also diagnosed her with an unspecified personality disorder with borderline and dependent traits. So personality disorders are where someone has personality traits that cause them problems. In the case of Ms. Daniels, those traits are things like difficulty regulating negative emotions, so like difficulty kind of knowing what to do with negative emotions. Some of that history of suicide attempts, that's common with somebody with borderline personality traits. This lack of sense of self, or this difficulty with identity, is common in both borderline personality disorder and dependent personality disorder, where oftentimes the person kind of relies on other people to give them a sense of self and a sense of fulfillment. And I certainly saw that in her history of relationships, where she often kind of sought reassurance and did things that maybe she wouldn't do otherwise to kind of please the people that she was with. And that's common among somebody with dependent personality disorder.
And did she actually endorse that history with Brodus Perry, with her doing things that she was not comfortable doing?
Yes.
Can trauma affect your memory?
Yes, absolutely.
And because of Ms. Daniels' inability to remember during this traumatic event, you were unable to determine whether she would have met the criteria for diminished capacity.
Can you repeat that for me?
Absolutely. I'll try to do it more clearly. In order to make a determination about diminished capacity, she would have to be able to remember to give you specific details, right?
She would, or there would need to be other information that would tell me more about her thinking at the time, and I didn't have either. She didn't remember, and I didn't have anything that would give me that information otherwise.
And when we talk about specifically diminished capacity, that's at the moment of the act, right? Not later and not before,
That's
right
correct.
then?
Yes.
So because she could not remember, well, that immediate event, you were not able to make that assessment.
That's correct.
But a traumatic event can affect your ability to recall.
That's right.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Dr. Bidding?
Bidding.
Am I saying that correct? My name's Kevin McGalvin. I'm the prosecutor for the case. And I'll have a few questions for you. Are you the treating therapist for Ms. Daniels?
No.
So you're here as an expert witness hired by the court or somebody to come and testify as to what your findings were?
Yes, I met with Miss Daniels just the one time for the purpose of this evaluation.
So your relationship with her began after this event, after the homicide?
Yes, well after.
Is it fair to say then that your opinion is based at least on large part from either what she self-reported to you or retrospective accounts of what happened?
Yes, that's fair.
How many times have you testified as an expert?
Roughly 15 times.
How many times for a defendant?
I don't have the exact number. More often for defense than prosecution.
You, I think testified you diagnosed the defendant with major depressive disorder.
That's correct.
Where does the criteria for that come from?
The criteria for that and any other mental disorder comes from something called the DSM. It's kind of the manual for mental health professionals that.
And that would be the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, is that correct?
That's right.
You found that she does not meet the criteria for post-traumatic stress disorder.
That's right.
Does the DSM or even your diagnosis state that a person suffering from depression is incapable of forming an intent to kill?
No.
In fact, there are millions of people who suffer from depression.
I don't know the exact number, but there are many people. It's a very common mental health disorder.
the vast majority of them never commit a violent act. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Would you agree that depression itself is not the equivalent of a psychotic break?
That's right.
It is not a condition that renders a person legally incapable of thought or planning.
It's not one that commonly does. It can, but it would be unusual.
Unusual for depression to render a person incapable of thought or planning.
That's right.
A person that's depressed can work, pay bills, go on with life as a general rule. Would you agree with that?
I can't answer that with a yes or no, because to be diagnosed with a mental disorder, it has to impair your functioning. And so many times people with depression, that's the functioning that it impairs. It impairs their ability to go to work or to pay their bills or to eat, sleep.
You testified that she did not meet the criteria for insanity.
That's correct.
And so by that, your testimony is that she understood the wrongfulness of her act.
I did not find evidence that would suggest that she was unable to understand the wrongfulness of her act.
So you're aware, I think you testified that you purchased a firearm before driving to the victim's house?
That's correct.
Purchasing a firearm would require planning. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
It in fact requires that she go through like several steps. You've got to have an ID. There's all kind of things you have to do to purchase a firearm.
That's my understanding, yes.
And she was able to do all that.
Yes, I assume so.
You're aware that she drove over 2 hours after purchasing the firearms to the victim's residence, a residence that she had never been to.
I'm aware that she drove from her home to Memphis. I think the information I had indicates that she drove to like a cigar lounge or something first before going to the
location.
Yes.
Commuted a substantial way after purchasing the firearm
Yes,
and eventually ended up at the victim's house.
correct.
Would you agree that that requires concentration, navigation, purposeful action?
Yes.
Did the information you had indicate that when she got to the residence that Mr. Perry was not there?
That's correct.
Did it also indicate that she had a conversation with Mrs. Perry while they were waiting for the defendant to show up?
That's correct.
That appeared to be a normal conversation that didn't raise alarms in Miss Perry necessarily. And
I don't recall anything in discovery that conversation raised any concerns for Ms. Perry.
so those are not random, confused, or disorganized actions in my mind. Would you disagree with that?
I do not disagree with that.
Would you agree they were sequential and goal-oriented?
Yes.
In Tennessee, are you aware that premeditation doesn't really even have a time period? That it can happen like in a matter of seconds, and all that's required is reflection and judgment before the act is done.
I'm aware it does not require a specific time period. The phrasing in the statute's always a little confusing to me. It's something like sufficiently free from passion and excitement to be able to exercise reflection and judgment, something like that.
Right. So there's no specific time period. So there's no we got to give this person a count to 10 to cool off. There's nothing like that under Tennessee law, right? It's just reflection and judgment.
That's my understanding. And the reflection and judgment, again, statute says something like it has to be sufficiently free from passion and excitement.
Does the fact that she realized that she needed a weapon and the fact that she went to purchase the weapon indicate judgment to you?
I think, yes, she made some judgments to purchase a weapon and have it with her.
Does the ability to drive from Little Rock, Sherwood, Arkansas to Memphis and then to Collierville to a specific location show judgment and the ability to carry out a plan to you?
Those actions suggest she was able to plan at the time.
Is it fair to say that a person suffering from depression can still make a reasoned decision to do things like that? So depression in itself would not keep a person from doing those things, from making those types of reasoned decisions.
Again, it's like the typical psychologist answer is that it depends. And I do think it depends. There are some people who can be depressed and it not affect their judgment or reasoning at all, and then other people where, again, that could be something, and research suggests that depression absolutely does affect someone's ability to make decisions.
But we've just said, or you just agreed with me, that she made a judgment and she took part in, there was a process of planning that went along with what her actions were that day.
I agree that her actions suggest she was able to plan and make judgments.
She admitted to you that she was heartbroken, upset, angry that the defendant, that Mr. Perry wanted to end the relationship with her.
She described to me feeling heartbroken and I forget the other words you used, I'm sorry.
Frustrated.
I don't recall her mentioning anger. It was a lot of kind of like internalizing, like I am heartbroken, I'm not enough, I'm a failure. I don't remember her talking about being angry.
Did she indicate to you she was frustrated that he would not tell his wife about the relationship they were having?
Yes, I believe she did tell me that she was frustrated about that.
Does frustration mean anger?
Absolutely, yes.
Did she talk to you about being under financial stress, at least in part because of money that she'd spent on going on trips with Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Did those feelings cause her to feel anger, frustration, regret?
Certainly regret. Again, I don't remember her talking much about feeling angry at the time.
So those are powerful emotions, right? Even if it was just frustration over the fact he wouldn't tell his wife, anger over the fact he wouldn't tell his wife, heartbreak over the fact that he wanted to end the relationship, and regret over the fact that she had spent money and was now in financial distress. Those are emotions, right?
Yes.
Strong, powerful emotions. Would you agree with that?
They certainly can be. Yeah, they can be intense emotions.
And those emotions are independent of your diagnosis of major depressive disorder. Would you agree with that?
The only emotion part of a diagnosis of major depression disorder is kind of the low mood or, sadness is kind of the emotional part of depression and
So-
hopelessness.
Is that a yes? They're independent of that?
Well, I'm not sure. Emotions are not independent of it. So I think heartbroken you could put under sadness, and sadness is part of depression. Am I answering your question?
I think so.
Okay.
You testified a little bit about, and I don't want to go into details about it, but prior suicidal ideologies at least.
Correct.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about, there's a difference between a suicide attempt and a suicidal ideology, is that correct?
That's correct.
What's the difference?
The term psychologists often use is suicidal ideation. It just means thinking about suicide. It could even mean considering suicide. And of course, an attempt is when you actually try to kill yourself.
And you talked about she had past suicidal ideation.
Yes.
And then you also talked about a note that she wrote to some family members on this day that you saw.
That's correct.
Individuals suffering from suicidal ideation, do they often focus on their own suffering?
Yes.
I mean, that's kind of the reason, right?
Yes.
Do people often have those thoughts and express those thoughts at stressful times, like when a relationship that they don't want to end is ending?
My most honest answer I can give you is that it depends. There are some people that when they have suicidal ideation, sometimes that immediately leads to like a suicide attempt. There's more impulsivity there. And then for other people, it's more of what you're talking about, where really it's like a stressor comes up, it brings up these thoughts of wanting to die or just kind of wanting to end it all. And then that kind of wave goes away.
And can it also be a way to try to control the outcome or control the other person? Like, I don't want this relationship to end. If I make this known, maybe I can control that in some way.
In my experience, that's often a stereotype. And in reality, a lot of the time, the people that I work with, they say those things because they really want to die. Oftentimes there's ambiguity when somebody wants to die. They want to die, but then there's that part of them that hopes that somebody will give them a reason to live. But in my experience, if someone brings up suicide in the context of like a relationship ending, it's very rarely for the purpose of like trying to like manipulate the other person. And it's more of like a true kind of distress.
Are suicide thoughts generally inwardly directed, or I guess that kind of goes along? Is that kind of inwardly directed, or is it oftentimes outwardly directed?
Can you ask me, I think I know what you're asking, but can you ask me in a different
So
way?
if someone is actually thinking about committing suicide, is that something that they generally, that's inside them that they direct toward them and not outwardly towards somebody else?
Yes. So if somebody's having suicidal ideation, they are wanting to harm themselves. It's directed inward.
So if Miss Daniels was wanting to harm herself, why would she drive to Mr. Perry's house and shoot him and his wife?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge. That's going beyond the scope of the testimony.
She's the expert. Why would she?
take a break. We'll come back at 1:30. But we're gonna convene for lunch. Still not ready to discuss the case. So I'm gonna show you excuse for lunch. We'll see you back at 1:30.
Court stands in recess until 1:30. Jurors leave the penal phase with the chair to follow me.
All right, we'll come back at 1:30.
Your Honor, before you take a recess, just for the record, I brought Dr. Bidding here today, so she does not have a car. So I know that I'm not allowed to speak to her now that her
Right.
testimony is going on. So if the court wants to tell her how to get lunch, or if you need to see me, like, with no words, handing her a bag of snacks, whatever we need to do, I just want to make sure that she has the opportunity to eat as well.
All right, yes, you can discuss your testimony with anyone, but there are some places to eat around here. There's a place, there's a Subway downstairs, so you can even walk on the mall, there's some places, but discuss your testimony with anyone.
Yeah, buddy. I think that witness right there was paid off, coming up with all kind of excuses for murder. Now, if we happen to smack a female, we can't rely on none of these excuses of being tired, work-related, financial issues, and all kind of other stresses. And that's just a smack. How the hell they gonna use this shit for murder? Yeah, get the hell up out of here. And they said it's 1:30. They in Memphis. So you mean to tell me they got an hour and 15-minute lunch after the first two breaks they already had? Well, we see where the Memphis tax money is going. And I don't want no job up in there. That's too many damn cops for me. No way, Jose.
Jurors are in the courtroom, Your Honor.
You may be seated. All right, state you can continue.
Thank you. Dr. Judy, I'm almost there. We talked a little bit about suicide kind of being inwardly directed self-harm, right?
That's right.
Would you agree that the actions of driving 2 hours after buying a gun, showing up to Mr. Perry's house because you're upset he's trying to end the relationship, and committing a homicide is not inwardly directed, that's outwardly directed rage?
I don't think I can give you an expert opinion about that because I don't know enough information about what was going on in terms of the person's mental state that you're talking about.
But you testify in legal proceedings often, right?
That's
Or
correct.
deal with the legal system often. Is there anything about a murder-suicide plot where I'm going to kill somebody and then kill myself that would diminish the mental state, the intent, the premeditation that would be required to commit premeditated murder?
Can you ask me that in a different way?
I don't know how to ask that in a different way.
Can you ask me again?
Yes.
Okay.
So if an individual were planning to kill someone and then kill themselves, is there anything about that, their actions toward the person that they were going to kill, that would make them legally not responsible, legally not, the legal mental state required to form the intent to kill somebody and the planning and premeditation that was required to do that?
It is possible that someone could engage in a homicide-suicide and not have the mental state required for the crime.
It's possible, but it's also possible that they could. Am I correct?
That's right.
Just the fact that you're suicidal does not mean that you don't have the mental state or the ability, the judgment and the ability to premeditate and plan a crime.
Simply being suicidal does not mean that you would not be able to form the intent.
You talked about childhood abuse. Does that, the fact that someone went through some trauma or a bad childhood, does that, anything about that prevent someone from forming intent to kill somebody and planning to do the killing? Just in and of itself.
Again, these are questions, this is a question that I probably can't answer truthfully in a yes or no, because it's more complicated than that. It depends. There are lots of things that trauma can cause in terms of mental health problems that could absolutely impact someone's ability to form intent.
But it doesn't necessarily.
That's
So every
correct.
person that was abused as a child can't just go out and kill somebody and claim I don't have the requisite mental intent to be convicted of that crime.
I suppose they could claim it. I don't know that it would be supported.
And the fact that someone was in failed relationships or married more than once, does that, or went through a divorce, does that, in and of itself, mean that that person is not responsible for their criminal action?
Again, the not responsible part is a legal decision. What I can say as a psychological expert is that would not mean the person necessarily would be unable to form an intent for a crime.
And I think you make a good point there. You're not a legal expert, correct?
That's correct.
You've offered an opinion based upon a clinical diagnosis.
In this evaluation, my opinions were essentially clinical diagnoses, kind of what her mental health was around the time.
You're not offering an opinion as to whether she met the legal definition of premeditation required for first-degree murder, though, are you?
That's correct. I'm not offering an opinion about that.
And you were not able to find criteria that she met the definition for insanity.
That's correct.
You were not able to find the criteria that she met the legal criteria for diminished capacity.
That's something I did not offer an opinion about.
In fact, you say in your report that you're unable to offer an opinion regarding her mental state at the time of the offense.
That's correct.
So you can't say that she didn't act intentionally,
That's correct.
and you can't say that she didn't premeditate this homicide.
That's correct. I did not offer opinions about either one of those things.
That's all.
Rita Root.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Bitting, I want to touch on a couple things that Mr. McAlpin was speaking about, okay?
Okay.
First, I wanted to cue in on something that you said to him during direct, talking about suicidal individuals, and you had said someone can truly want to die, but still hope that someone else could give them a reason to live. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Can you kind of elaborate on that for me?
Yes. In my experience, in my clinical work, I often work with people that have kind of chronic suicidal ideation. And it's very common for people to consider suicide when they become hopeless and feel like they don't know any other way out, and still want a way out. So it's, again, there's ambiguity there a lot of the time. They want to die, and I think they're open to being helped if someone can help them.
Did Ms. Daniels endorse that kind of mentality to you about this incident?
Yes.
Clinically speaking, is someone who has attempted suicide more likely to attempt suicide again?
Yes.
Now, people who commit suicide or attempt to commit suicide have to take actions to do that, right?
That's right.
So you can have sequential and goal-oriented actions moving towards a suicide.
That's correct.
You could procure a weapon or other means, right?
That's right.
And that means you could go buy a gun to kill yourself.
That's right.
You can choose a place to commit suicide.
Yes.
You can drive to that place to commit suicide.
Yes.
You can plan out what you want to say to your family in a suicide note.
Yes.
Are all of those plans that you're making,
Yes. That is all planful behavior.
is that the result of reasoned judgment when you're dealing with a suicidal person?
I think that's a controversial answer. People who want to commit suicide have reasons for wanting to commit suicide. At the same time, like I said, often those people get there because they feel like there's no other option. And research relates that to depression, which kind of lowers our ability to think through our options and make decisions like we would when we're not depressed.
The ability to make sound and reasoned judgments, right?
I would agree with that. I think it depends on how we define sound and reasoned.
Severe depression that can result in those suicidal ideations, suicide attempts, or accomplished suicides. Severe depression, does it necessarily affect your basic ability to make and execute plans?
It does not necessarily affect that ability.
Does it affect the quality of your decision making?
Yes, I think that's fair.
Does severe depression affect your decision making process?
Yes, depression kind of slows down everything, including your ability to think.
So severe depression can actually affect all of your thought processes.
You can.
Can mental health issues affect your judgment and reflection abilities?
Yes.
What is the difference between suicidality or suicidal ideations and homicidal ideations?
Suicidal ideations are thoughts about wanting to kill yourself. Homicidal ideations are thoughts about wanting to kill someone else.
Does someone who has suicidal ideations necessarily have homicidal ideations?
No.
Does someone who has homicidal ideations necessarily have suicidal ideations?
No.
Those two things can exist separately,
That's correct.
and oftentimes do.
That's correct.
When you evaluated Ms. Daniels, did you find her to have a history of suicidal ideations?
Yes.
And aside from this instant conduct, did you see her to have a history of homicidal ideations?
No.
When you're dealing with severe depression and mental health issues, can those issues affect the way an individual responds to emotional triggers?
Yes.
How?
If you're depressed, for example, or if you have other mental health problems going on, the way I think about it is that it makes you vulnerable. It kind of raises your, what do I want to say? It's easier, right? It's easier to react in an extreme way if your stress or your mental health is not doing well. It takes less to get a more kind of extreme reaction.
So can it affect your reason ability in the face of that trigger?
Yes.
Can it affect your ability to make decisions?
Yes.
Your ability to make well-reasoned decisions?
Yes.
Now, towards the end of when you were talking with Mr. McAlpin after lunch, you were saying suicide on its own is not necessarily indicative of things. Is suicidality usually indicative of a larger mental health issue?
It can be. Certainly if it's something that comes up during times when there are other mental health symptoms like depressive symptoms. There are some people that suicide comes up for them like once in their life because they're really stressed out or there's just a lot of things going on in their life. But in general, if someone is suicidal, it certainly raises the suspicion that there's a mental health problem going on.
And there's a whole spectrum of suicidalness, right? You have some people who could have a terminal degenerative disease that are choosing conscientiously to end their lives versus someone in a mental health crisis who takes their own lives.
That's right.
There's a whole spectrum.
Yes.
But oftentimes, wanting to commit suicide, those suicidal ideations are indicative of an underlying mental health issue.
Yes.
The suicidal ideation itself, is that its own mental health issue, or is it a symptom?
I think both. We would treat, even if someone didn't meet like a diagnosis for a mental health problem, the suicidal ideation would still be something that could be treated and addressed.
And it should be treated and addressed, right? That's a concerning symptom. Now I want to talk to you about when Mr. McAlpin was discussing your prior testimony experience, okay? You indicated that you have testified more for the defense.
That's
right?
correct.
Now, when you and I were speaking earlier, you talked about this, a not guilty by reason of insanity defense is extremely rare.
Yes.
How many evaluations do you think you have done?
Evaluations specifically to?
Forensic evaluations.
At this point in my career, well over 800.
Okay. how many times have you found someone to meet the threshold of not guilty by reason of insanity?
Less than,
Me or her? Okay, I'll be louder. He was saying he couldn't hear me.
Okay.
Of the 800 evaluations, how many times have you found individuals to be not guilty by reason of insanity?
less than 2% of those evaluations.
It's an extremely high standard.
Yes, it's difficult to meet.
And Ms. Daniels did not meet that standard, right?
It's my opinion she would not meet that standard.
Okay. In your practice as a forensic psychologist, this is what you do. You said you've done over 800 evaluations, right?
That's correct.
Oftentimes, when you end up at a trial, it's because someone was found not guilty by reason of insanity, in your opinion, right?
If I end up at trial, it typically isn't for not guilty by reason of insanity. There's only been one instance in my career where I've testified at a trial for that purpose.
Was that for the defense or for the state?
For the state.
Okay. Of the 800 evaluations, are most of those court appointed?
Yes.
Is that usually state oriented? Are you usually hired separately by the defense?
Most of my work, I'm appointed by the court, so I'm not hired by defense or prosecution. When I am hired privately, when I'm hired by one party or the other, it is typically that I'm hired by the defense.
The state kind of already has you at access through Vanderbilt, right?
Through the court-ordered process, yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about when Mr. McAlpin was discussing your basis of information, okay?
Okay,
You only met with Ms. Daniels one time.
that's right.
Is that normal for your evaluations to only meet with the person one time?
It's not uncommon, certainly. I think for these evaluations, it's typically 1 to 2 meetings.
And is that the same whether you're testifying for the defense or for the state?
Yes.
In either instance, do you blindly rely on self-reporting?
No. Again, the idea is that there needs to be other data that would support what the defendant is telling me.
And did you look for that other data here?
Yes.
And you found Tabitha Perry's statement.
Correct?
Did you believe it corroborated what Ms. Daniels told you?
Yes.
You read police reports.
Yes.
Did you believe that corroborated what Ms. Daniels told you?
In a sense, she wasn't able to remember a lot of what was actually in police reports, meaning like what was mostly in police reports is what they observed when they got to the scene. And she's saying that she doesn't remember a lot of what happened during the incident and immediately after. So in that sense, no. But the things that she did remember, those were consistent with
Did the
what was in
police
reports.
reports corroborate mental health concerns for you?
The police reports confirmed that she was pointing a gun at her head and was then shortly after arrest indicating that she wanted to kill herself.
The receipts that you saw corroborated the timeline that she gave you.
That's right.
The suicide note corroborated those suicidal ideations she talked to you about.
That's right.
The video of Brodus Perry talking about seeing her at the cigar lounge corroborated her timeline of events for you.
That's right.
Did you find Ms. Daniels to be a woman who suffers from mental illness?
Yes.
Did you find that she is a woman who has suffered from mental illness for a long time?
I know I'm being nitpicky here. For a long time, I can say that she was endorsing depressive symptoms for at least 2 years before the offense happened.
And even all the way back to the end of her first marriage, right? With that first suicide attempt.
That's right.
So that takes us back to like a 10-year period of time, right?
That's true.
What was the overriding emotion endorsed by Ms. Daniels when you met with her?
The overriding emotion she endorsed around the time of the offense was sadness, hopelessness.
When you talked about defensive avoidance, what do you mean by defensive?
Defensive in that context is talking about how our brain naturally tries to defend us against traumatic things. So avoiding thoughts of a scary memory is a type of like mental defense.
Is that different than someone behaving defensively? Like that almost, kind of reaction?
Yes.
And in speaking with Ms. Daniels, she talked to you about the fact that she was always expected to put on a happy face, right?
That's right.
No matter what was going on inside of her.
That's right.
And that had been her reality since she was a child.
Yes.
I want to talk to you now about something you and Mr. McAlpin discussed regarding impulsivity. Can you talk to me a little bit more about what impulsivity is?
Impulsivity is when somebody acts quickly in the heat of a moment. Sometimes when you hear impulsivity, people say it's like acting without thinking. But typically it's acting really quickly, like unexpectedly in the heat of a moment.
And how does impulsivity tie to mental health issues?
There are mental health issues that include impulsivity, and it's not necessarily, it's a symptom of a few, but not necessarily common across all mental health disorders.
Is it associated with depressive disorders?
Not typically.
Okay. What was the context of the impulsivity when you were speaking with Mr. McAlpin?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you find any impulsivity issues with Ms. Daniels in her reasoning?
Can you rephrase that?
That was a poorly worded question, I apologize. Did you, does impulsivity affect decision making?
If somebody is like an impulsive person, typically that means that they make poor decisions and again, react without a whole lot of thought about consequences.
Can impulsivity be associated with suicidal attempts or suicidal ideations?
Yes. The research that's out there about completed suicides, people that attempt and they end up dying, typically that is related to impulsivity. Most of the time suicidal acts are impulsive.
I'm going to shift gears for just a minute. In assessing Ms. Daniels, did Latasha endorse feelings of remorse about what happened?
Yes.
Significant remorse?
Yes.
Now, last thing I want to talk to you about. As a psychologist, you meet with people and discuss the most intimate parts of their lives, right?
More so in my clinical work than my forensic work, but yes.
You find out the most personal details of people.
Yes.
Is that a relationship that has to be based on trust?
I would say in the clinical sense, yes. In a forensic evaluation, it's difficult to build trust in a matter of a few hours. And it's not a priority in forensic evaluations for there to be trust there. But absolutely, in a clinical sense, yes, trust is very important.
Because in that context, the person with whom you are dealing is extraordinarily vulnerable.
Yes.
And they have completely opened themselves up to you.
Yes. As far as I know.
That's all I have.
Any recross?
No, ma'am.
All right, you better sit down, ma'am. All right, jurors need to take a short break. So, we'll reconvene shortly. So I'm gonna show you excuse this time, and remember, we're still not ready to discuss the case.
Folks, be sure to be passing the shirt.
Man, that judge trying to rig this case, man.
My damn laptop died while I was out the room. That's why the shit went black.
Oh shit, I just been filling in, got that going on my channel with some news stories on the goddamn breaks. It's so damn many, boy. I would have fell asleep. But this judge is definitely trying to rig this case. This damn witness boy they got, man, is so freaking stupid. And then the defense is even stupid. It's like she contradicting herself of what they trying to do. Man, do you know some rapper named Wavy Navy Poop? I hope I didn't echo just then. It might go in two different directions. Wavy Navy Poop, dude from South Florida. Where the hell he get that name from? But besides the name and shit, they look like they finally caught the three shooters who killed him back in 2022. Why is it always three shooters? They make sure they don't miss. What about this story right here out of Atlanta 5 days ago? Turn off my other mic here. But 5 days ago, the father's story is his son got in an accident. They were fussing. Cops came. Well, this is how the reporter said. Cops came. You know what I'm saying? They went outside. They got in the parking lot and started fussing again. The son, I guess, made a certain movement. The father said he shot him because he thought his son had grabbed a gun. All right? Now, I'm reading the title of this shit. This is what the reporters left out, unless they titled it wrong and the dude said something, the reporter said something totally different. But the father shot 12 freaking rounds. I still don't know how the son got in the car crash and then got home for his pops come over and all that shit. There's a lot to that motherfucking shit. But you fired 12 rounds at your son that didn't have no gun on him at all. Boy, this world is going insane. Yeah, man. I guess it happened over in they call it Bankhead. No, not the shooting was an accident. The son had got into a car accident, and then I guess he called his pops. His pops came over and they started fussing. And then, you know what I'm saying, then the police was called. Police broke up the argument, you know what I'm saying? But then when they got in the parking lot, they started fussing again. They said the son made a certain gesture or something like a certain body movement, and the father thought that he was reaching for a gun. They shot him. But the title of the video says the father fired 12 rounds. It's like, now that's overkill. Or that something just might be known to be insane. You weren't gonna give him no chance. But yeah, that's a crazy story. 5 days ago out of Bankhead, out in Atlanta somewhere. Yeah, he knew the son. He came straight over to his house after the crash. And I believe the sister's the deputy, one of the deputies in the area. Yeah, all hell breaking loose down there, right? Yeah. So we still they didn't get no information about the accident. Oh, we just know it was a car crash, and I guess his dad was upset about the car crash. It might have been his car, but still, all y'all was doing was fussing. Put him in a headlock or something. It's too loud in my ear. Got too many things going on this damn board here. There's some crazy stories up out here. Put the mute on this damn tab. Alrighty. But yeah, man, this judge is just trying to rig this case. This is absolutely crazy. She want this woman to get less time or something. There's no way in the world you should be taking this many timeouts. Every time they get a dumb witness up there saying some stupid shit that don't make sense. If she get less than first degree murder, it must be a spell going on out here to get less than that. Like the last 3 or 4 cases we've been listening to or some shit, man. A lot of this shit is now manslaughter and all kind of other things when it should be more. Definitely, if it's less than first degree manslaughter, I'm going to protest. That means it's okay for somebody to just kill a black man, no matter if they, a black woman, white man, whatever. It's okay just to shoot us, and you can get away with it. Oh hell no! It's a man's world, damn it. I'm just saying. Ain't no breaking news going on. Same old bull crap. Three more people arrested in Michigan's terror plot. I look like we gotta wait 30 days to see what 3-Eye Atlas is flying out there in space. Which this has been very interesting since July. Something is definitely weird about this object that flew into the solar system. All I know is it took Voyager 1 and 2 damn near 50, 60 years to get past Pluto. This thing came in around Pluto and got to the sun within 3 months. And then it's not moving like a comet. They don't know where it came from. Well, they know that area of space where it came from. But yeah, people been, as soon as you punch in 3I, it'll pop up. 3I Atlas, it's a comet. It's following the last comet. Omeron or whatever that is. It's coming from the same direction in space. But that direction in space goes back to like 1977 in a single that they got from outer space from the same area. I guess this was like 40 years ago or something, about 40, 50 years ago or something. It was like, it was a single that came in that was transmitted and they couldn't get no more about it. But within the last year and a half, we don't have 2 comets come from that same area. They're not even well, one was a comet that we think it was, but this new one is not moving like a comet. It's behind the sun right now, and it's supposed to reappear early next month. But no, 3I. I got a piece of candy in my mouth. 3I. The letter I. Yeah, a lot of folks been on that for a minute.
Okay. All right, Ms. Davis, you can come around.
No, you didn't just cut me off.
Face the judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm and tell the whole truth? Yes, ma'am. All right, you have a seat, ma'am.
Watch your step.
Would you please state and spell your name?
Latasha Daniels, LaToshia Daniels.
Now, Ms. Daniels, what you are doing right now is called a moment.
Hey, this dummy
okay?
testify.
Okay.
And what that means is that we are talking about your rights and your decisions, okay?
Okay.
You have an absolute right not to testify. Do you understand that?
Yes.
That's called the right against self-incrimination. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You have the right not to give proof in the case against you. Have we discussed that right?
Yes, we have.
Do you understand that if you decided to remain silent, the judge would tell the jury that they cannot hold that against you?
Yes.
Do you understand that you also have an absolute right to testify?
Yes.
And that this is one of the few decisions that is yours and yours alone, right?
Yes.
Mr. Horn and I cannot make this decision for you. Do you understand that?
I do understand.
Have you spoken with myself and Mr. Horn, though, about this decision?
I have.
Have you been present throughout all of the trial?
I have.
Have you been able to hear and observe all of the witnesses?
I have.
Have you been able to see all of the exhibits?
I have.
Are you aware not only of the proof that's come forward at trial, but also of all of the discovery in your case?
I am aware of all of it.
Have you discussed that discovery in the evidence with both me and Mr. Horn?
I have.
Have you discussed the charges against you?
I have.
You understand you're charged with first-degree murder.
Yes.
Have you and I discussed the elements of first-degree murder?
Yes.
Do you understand that the state has to prove each of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
Do you understand all of the elements of criminal attempt first-degree murder?
Yes.
Do you understand that the state has to prove all of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
Do you understand the elements required for employing a firearm during a felony?
Yes.
Do you understand the state has to prove all of those beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
Do you understand the elements and understand the burden of proof?
Yes.
And even this was a superseding indictment, right?
Yes.
And you and I had discussed previously the issues in the old indictment.
Correct.
And we discussed how the new indictment kind of changed some things, right?
Yes.
You've had several discussions throughout this entire process with your whole defense team, right?
Yes.
We have prepared for trial together.
We have.
We prepared specifically regarding your testimony.
Yes.
After everything that you've heard, everything that we've discussed, and everything that you've considered, have you made a decision on whether or not you want to testify?
I have.
What is that decision?
I choose to testify.
Thank you.
You may step down. The defendant has knowingly and voluntarily made her decision to testify. Is there anything you need to address before the jury comes in? No? All right, we can get the jury in.
Will we take a break to discuss instructions?
Yes.
They better not take another damn break. If this is another break, I guarantee that this judge is trying to rig this shit up. If this ain't some feminist shit,
Jurors are entering the courtroom, Your Honor.
oh no, I ain't gonna stop this time, boy. It's right here in our face. Basically look like she's trying to give her another day, because they ain't gonna get to the end of it today moving like this.
You may be seated. I think you might call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Latasha Daniels.
See, if I wasn't in the political thing, I wouldn't be able to identify a crooked judge. This judge right here, it seems to be a little bit crooked as far as bias towards this.
Yes, ma'am. All right, you may have a seat.
If one more break happens, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
Can you please state and spell your name?
Latasha, Latoshia. Daniels, Daniels.
Before we get into all of the allegations here, have you ever testified in a situation like this before?
No,
Is this a comfortable situation?
not at all.
Please let me know if you need anything, okay? I want to talk to you about, first, your childhood. Your childhood, okay?
Okay.
Can you tell me about your parents?
My parents, my father was retired military and a minister, and my mom, she was my mother.
Was your biological father the man that you called dad?
No, I was raised by my stepfather, and so I called him father, and my biological father I called Papa.
Now, the dad that you lived with, right? What did he do for a living?
Once he retired from the military, he was, from my knowledge, he worked at M.M. Combs, and he retired from there. And then he began to work for the Salvation Army, where he ran the community community center where the youth would go. And so once he retired from there, he was just home sitting on the porch and buying land and doing gardens.
At any point, did he become an ordained minister?
He did. I was in elementary, but I do recall him becoming an ordained minister.
What would you consider his reputation to have been within your community?
He was highly respected in our community. Everyone knew of my father and respected him well.
And did they know that you were your father's daughter?
Oh yes, to the point to where, like, if anybody seen my sisters and I, they would say, "That's Mr. Briggs' daughter." It's like they knew that who we were.
Did that mean something in that community to be his daughter?
Most definitely, and we carried ourselves accordingly.
Now, how were things at home outside of public?
Things at home wasn't as what they seemed in public. My father did physically abuse my mother, and I was the one who would at nights wake up and beg him to stop.
Did you have any siblings in the home?
I did. I had 2 little sisters.
Did the 3 of you hear as your dad would beat your mom?
I'm not sure if they did, but I did, and I often would wake up and ask him to stop, and even sometimes try pulling them apart.
When you were in public, did you let that side of your life show?
Oh, not at all. I went to school and I did the things that I was supposed to do, participated in sports, and just carried myself, I guess, in a normal fashion.
Is that what was expected of you?
Yes, we didn't say or tell what was going on inside of the home.
Now, I want to talk to you about late in your teens, okay? When you were 17, you got pregnant.
I did.
What happened when you got pregnant?
I shared with my dad, well, I don't know if I shared with him or not, but I was told once he found out that I needed to get married.
Did you get married?
I did.
And was that to Rodney?
Yes.
How would you describe your relationship with Rodney?
In the beginning, it was good. We both had graduated from high school, and so we was building a life together. We moved from our hometown to Little Rock, Arkansas, and purchased a home, and we were doing well. Rodney decided to go to police academy, and during that time I helped him. I made sure he studied. I did everything that I could to ensure that he made it through police academy and was successful. Once he, probably months after joining the force, things began to shift. He would ask me to do certain things that I was like out of the norm, but I was in college, and so he would then say, well, you're probably gonna want somebody from college, and I didn't understand that because like I loved Rodney. I wanted our family. But even though we didn't argue, we grew distant, and I never understood why until I found out that he was having an affair.
Did you actually catch him in the act?
Not in the beginning, but during He decided that we was going to separate. And one day while I was at school, he had packed up all my stuff, put it in a U-Haul, and drove it to my mom's house.
How long were you married to Romy?
For 4 years.
Did you eventually get divorced?
We did.
Okay. Now, after that divorce, did you attempt suicide?
I actually did it right before we actually finalized the divorce.
Did you commit suicide because of the divorce? I'm sorry, attempt to commit suicide because of the divorce.
Yes, I just didn't feel like I felt like a failure. That was the one thing. I felt like a failure. I didn't think that I was enough. And so I didn't feel I had anything to offer.
But you did go on to get an education, right?
I did.
And you didn't let your divorce or your teen pregnancy, you didn't let those things stop you from trying to get better in your life, right?
Right. I wanted to push forward. I wanted to be successful. And I mean, I had to be. So I kept going.
And you eventually became a licensed clinical social worker.
I did.
Now, I want to talk to you about your second marriage, okay? That was to Brian.
Yes.
Now, how long were you married to Brian?
I was married to Brian for 8 years.
Was that relationship positive?
No.
Did you feel loved in that relationship?
No.
Did you feel wanted in that relationship?
Not at all.
Would you describe Brian as being emotionally distant?
He very much was so.
Emotionally neglectful?
Yes.
Did you try to get Brian to go into marriage counseling?
Yes, we had a discussion and he didn't want to do it.
Did you determine that you would go get your own counseling?
Yes.
Did you go see a psychologist?
I did not.
Why?
Because of the field that I was in, I just wanted, I wanted spiritual guidance, but also because of me being in private practice, I was afraid of being that individual that was getting the water cooler talk per se. Just in my field, I didn't have anyone that I felt like I could really go to and trust because I was very closed off. I didn't share my business with anybody. And so going through that and being in private practice, I didn't want to take what was my income because I needed to be able to take care of the things in my life. So I did not. But I did know that spiritually I wanted some direction.
Why did you feel like you needed spiritual direction?
Just from my first marriage, when I went to my dad and told him that I was getting a divorce, the one thing he said to me that just resonated with me was that he said he would have gotten an attorney. Taking away my children, but it was all just like, I just felt like it was kind of like a punishment from God. And so I just didn't want to be in another failed marriage. I just didn't.
Did your dad consider it your failure that you got divorced?
Yes.
Did you seek out spiritual counseling?
I did.
Now I want to talk to you about St. Mark's, okay? Do you
Okay.
need some water?
Yes.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What is St. Mark's?
It's the church that I attended in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Is it a big church or a small church?
It's a big church.
Did you have any particular role within the church?
Yes, I participated in evangelism, but eventually became a life group leader.
How were you selected to become a life group leader?
One Sunday, was talking to, just in shaking hands with some of the pastors, Pastor Perry, Brodus Perry, he had asked me, he was like, you thinking about being a life group member? And at that time, I was like, I'll consider it. And then eventually I did go ahead and sign up to become a life group leader.
And this was prior to you reaching out for that spiritual counseling, right?
Correct.
How many members go to St. Mark's?
At the time, approximately 6,000.
How many people were selected to be life group leaders?
In our first set of leadership training, it may have been approximately 60 to 80 of us.
Okay. And were you then subdivided into groups?
Yes, we were divided into cohorts.
How many people were in each cohort?
About 8 to 10.
How many people were in your cohort?
It was about 8 of us.
Who was the supervisor, the supervising pastor for your cohort?
Brodus was our leader.
Would you consider y'all's group to have been a close group?
We were very close.
Did you become close with Pastor Perry through that group?
I did.
Is that why you reached out to him for spiritual counseling?
Yes, I trusted him.
Now, I want to talk to you about that counseling, okay? When you approached Brodus Perry about counseling, did you explain why you wanted counseling?
I did.
What did you tell him?
I told him that my husband and I were having some marital issues and I just needed to figure out spiritually which direction I just needed some spiritual guidance on direction.
Did Pastor Perry agree to meet with you?
He did.
Where did y'all meet?
We met at my office.
Why?
I didn't feel comfortable with being in the church and I wanted to be in a safe space because this was, again, something that I was not fully embracing, that I had to deal with, and I wanted to be in a space where I knew that I could be able to be vulnerable.
During the first counseling session, what did you discuss?
Everything that was going on within my marriage.
How long was the first counseling session?
It was about 2 hours.
Were you emotional during that process?
Yes,
Were you open?
I was.
Did you tell him very personal, private things?
I did.
How long, well, at the end of that session, did you determine at that time that you were going to ask for a second session?
Yes.
How long until you had a second session?
It was approximately 2 to 3 weeks before the next one.
Did it feel good to get all of that off of your chest?
Yes.
Did you reach out to Brodus Perry for a second counseling session?
I did.
Did he say that he would come do a second counseling session?
He did.
When you had your second counseling session, did you ask him about any odd behavior from the first session?
I did.
What was that?
In the first session, from the moment he walked through the door, he had his hands in his coat pocket, his jacket pocket, and he sat there the entire time during the session with his hands in his pocket. So I found that to be a little strange, but I didn't say anything in the first session. So I asked him during the section session, because he came in and he didn't have his hands in his pocket, and I was like, what was that with you having your hands in your pockets? And at that time, he told me it was because he was trying to maintain his professionalism.
Was that the first time that you had any indication that he might be interested in you?
That was the first time.
Did you proceed to start with the second counseling session?
We did.
What happened after you started the counseling session?
As I was talking and sharing Brodus reached over and grabbed, I had a 2-arm chair, and he pulled me toward him and began to passionately kiss me. And from there, in that session, we did have sex for the first time.
Were you proud of that encounter?
In hindsight, no, but at that time, he was giving me everything that I had been missing for a long time.
Did you know that he was married?
I did.
Did you know his wife?
I had, at that time, I had seen her at church, but didn't know of her.
You got to know her better later?
Yes.
How did you feel about the fact that Brodus was married?
At that time, honestly, I did not think about it. I knew that we both were married, and I was engaged in what he was giving me.
Had you had any attention like that in a long time?
No, I hadn't.
Had
In
you
years.
had any emotional attention?
Not in years.
Physical attention?
Not like that, no.
After your counseling sessions, did you end up getting divorced?
That was in February, and I did end up getting divorced in December of that year.
That's when it was finalized?
Yes.
And did Pastor Perry encourage you to get divorced?
We talked about it, and there were times whenever we would be on trips, he would make mention of, oh, we can't do that until you get a divorce, or we can't do this until you get a divorce.
Now, I want to talk to you about your relationship with Brodus Perry, okay?
Okay.
After y'all had sex,
Mhm.
did Brodus give you any particular instructions?
Yes, he immediately told me to download a app for us to be able to communicate. That app was called Confide.
Tell the jury what the Confide app did.
The Confide app, it's whenever you would send a message, and when you read that message, it would disappear. You couldn't screenshot it or anything like that. It would immediately disappear once you took your finger off the screen.
Did Brodus teach you how to use that app?
As we continued the app, it was probably maybe a week or two later, he found out that if you had, like, other people had your phone number in your phone and they had that app, then they could see you on it. So he had me to change my name on it and also change the way that I attached it to my account. So I went from having my phone number to coming up with a email address. So I made a new email address to be able to attach it that nobody else had.
And he taught you what all you needed to do for that app to do that?
Correct.
So that it could not be traceable back to you?
Correct.
And he did that all very quickly?
Yes.
Did he have, or was it almost a rule? Was it a rule that you had to use that app to talk to him?
Most definitely. That was our main form of communication as the relationship went on. If he wanted to
That's
use
an
a
extravagant
different form
wig
of
she got on.
communication,
Was
like
she
an
testifying
email or
already?
maybe
got back from
even
People
direct
Never Tell.
messaging, he would then tell me, go to this platform or go to that one. But it was not, if I was to reach out to him without him reaching out to me first, I had to use the Confide app.
Did he set any other rules for your relationship?
Yes. As far as it came to trips that he wanted me to go on with him, I was the one who had to pay my way as far as airfare or travel. And then he would, you know, his words would, he would then take care of the rest, meaning that I would have somewhere to stay. When I was in the hotel rooms, I was to stay naked. I couldn't have on any clothes. I had to,
I ain't mad at
and
Pastor
the only
now.
way I would have clothes on is if, like, you know, we were getting ready to go out. But other than that, when in the hotel room, I had to be naked. I couldn't, if something was to have happened to him as far as medically,
What I missed?
he did not want me to call 911. I would have to call, who we referenced him as the professor, but it was Pastor Pointer. I would have to call him in order to get him emergency attention. he said verbatim lots of times, do not call 911.
Did he add any rules towards the end of your relationship?
At the end of the relationship, he wanted me to say yes, sir, and no, sir to him.
Now, I want to kind of break those down individually, okay?
Okay.
You were required to use the Confide app.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about the travel, okay? What kind of trips did Brodus want you to come on?
The very first one was to Vegas. He had some convention or something that he was at, and so that was the first one. He had invited me to go to Cuba with him that year, but he ended up right at the last minute changing it, saying that Tabitha wanted to go with him, so she went with him, and he was like, well, since you're not going to Cuba, go ahead and sign up to go to Israel for the church group trip. So I signed up to go to Israel and paid my way for that. I traveled with him to Savannah whenever he would go with Pastor Pointer.
Were there some trips that were for the pastors?
Yes.
And then other trips that were for the church group members?
The only church group that trip we went on was to Israel. The rest of them would be if he was doing something on his own, I guess, speaking engagement wise, or if he was following Pastor Pointer.
And then were there also personal trips?
And then we had personal trips.
If Brodus told you that he wanted you to go on that trip, was it expected that you would be on that trip?
I was on that trip.
Now I want to talk to you about the hotel room rule, okay? What would happen when Brodus would walk in and you were wearing clothing in a hotel room?
Once I did it and just, I don't know if I was cold or what, but when he was like, why do you still have on clothes? And when that happened, he withdrew affection from me. Like he was very cold, didn't want to be intimate until after I got undressed. But even then, it was then like a punishment I had to wait for him to decide that he was going to then give affection.
Now I want to talk to you about Pastor Pointer, okay?
Okay.
You called him the professor.
Yes.
What was his position within St. Mark's?
He was the lead pastor of St. Mark.
Did he know about your relationship with Brodus?
Yes, we hung out together a lot.
Do you know, is that why Pastor Pointer was supposed to be his medical emergency contact?
Correct.
Now I want to talk to you about the beginning of your relationship with Brodus, okay?
Mm-hmm.
How would you describe y'all's relationship at the beginning?
At the beginning, it was, I'm gonna have to say, amazing. I felt beautiful. He showed me so much attention. We did all kind of things together. It was, even we gelled intellectually. It was a great relationship.
Everything that you didn't have before?
Everything I didn't have before. Even to the fact I show up at my office and he had me a dozen of roses sent to me. It was just like everything that I wanted, everything that I even shared with him that I didn't have, he was giving it to me.
Did you also give him things?
I did.
What kind of things did Brodus like?
As the relationship progressed, he got into cigars, and that was a big thing for him, to the point to where he had someone to draw him up a logo, and then I selected the name, so he became the Smoking Savant. And so the more expensive the cigar, the better for him. Then it went from cigars to bourbon, and he had to have the best of the bourbons.
Did you buy him the best of the bourbons?
Yes, I did.
Did you buy him the best of cigars?
I did.
Did you buy him other things?
He wanted this Toomey briefcase for work. I think it was like $400. I got him that. He was working out, and so he needed more workout clothes, and so I purchased him like $400 worth of gear in Nike gear. There was a time when he wanted to redo his closet and get some things organized, and I bought all the organization things to make sure that whatever he needed, I did it so that he could be good.
Did he also expect you to do that?
It got to a point to where it did become an expectation.
At the beginning of your relationship, at some point, did Tabitha go to Florida?
Yes, in 2017, it was around, I think, October. Brody said that he had sent Tabitha back to Florida and that they were separated. He said that he just needed, he was feeling this urge of, he had this thing of saying that he was always wanting to be single. He never knew what it meant to be a single man. And so in that instance, he was sending her back so he could explore that to some degree.
Did he indicate to you that they were separated?
Yes.
How long was she in Florida?
At least to after Christmas.
So over a month?
Yes.
2 months?
Yes.
And during that period of time, were you staying with him a lot?
Yes, I stayed probably about 3 or 4 nights with him during that time. And we also went out of the country.
Now, I want to talk to you about when y'all would travel together, kind of what you would, or I'm sorry, not when you travel together, the things that y'all would do together.
Okay.
Travel was one of them, right?
Yes.
And did you both get interested in bourbon?
I did start eventually tasting them. He would always ask me to taste and try to figure out the notes or the different contents of them, but it wasn't something that I just enjoyed.
What about cigars?
Again, I did begin to smoke certain cigars. He picked out one that was better for me than the others that wasn't too strong.
Did you go with him to cigar lounges?
Yes. Everywhere we traveled, we would find cigar lounges.
Did you actually pay his dues to cigar clubs?
The first, I paid 2 sets of dues. The first set of dues was at Dave's and Sons, and those weren't that much. And then the second one was at a club called 1836.
Were those expensive?
They were $125.
A month?
Yes.
Did he ask you to pay that?
No.
You just did
I
to
did
make him
because,
happy?
yes.
Did you engage in any physical activities together?
We ran together. We eventually began cycling. He got upset with me because I did not purchase his bike. I was like, I can't afford your $2,500 bike and mine. And that did cause him to be upset. But he eventually got his bike and I got mine, and we joined a cycling club together. We also exercised together. We would go swimming. So we did those things.
Around those kind of activities, did you have any particular rules that you had to follow?
Now, if we were at the cigar lounge and we was not hanging out with a certain group, he would have me to call a certain individual to invite her to come so that it looked like it was more of a church thing than it was just he and I hanging out. And that was just kind of the case even with the running. It was going to always be somebody from the church, even though they didn't know they were a third party. It was the way of being able for us to still be together, but it not look like it was just us together. It would always be someone from the church.
And who made that rule to have somebody else always there?
That was him.
I want to talk to you now about ethical non-monogamy, okay?
Yes.
Did Brodus talk to you about ethical non-monogamy?
Yes.
Was this a lifestyle that he was interested in?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what Brodus told you about ethical non-monogamy? What is it?
It is where individuals are able to have multiple relationships, but everyone in the relationship must consent.
Did Brodus tell you that he had talked to Tabitha about ethical non-monogamy?
He did.
Did he tell you that Tabitha had said she was comfortable with it, but he just hadn't told her about you yet.
He said that she had given him permission to be open on his side of the marriage.
So she was not allowed to be open on her side,
Correct.
but he told you that she had given him permission to go outside.
Yes.
But he had not told her about you, to your knowledge.
No, not to my knowledge.
Did Brodus ever give you a book to read?
The Ethical Slut is the book that he wanted me to read so that I could have a more foundation and knowledge of this lifestyle that he was wanting to be in.
Did you read that book?
I did.
Were you interested in the lifestyle espoused by that book?
No, I was not.
How soon into the relationship did Brodus Perry start discussing this concept of ethical non-monogamy?
Actually, it started, so we were just having conversations about things in life that we wanted to do, bucket list type of things that we were curious in. And at that time, he was like, one of the things I want to do is have a threesome. And I was like, yeah, no, that's nothing I've ever thought about. But he was like, well, I've had one before, but I paid for it. And this time I want to have one where I don't have to pay for it. And so he began to speak about, the term he would use is Tabitha and I being sister wives. Didn't quite know what that meant, but as things went on, he would start to talk about me watching them have sex. And he was like, but I think she'll be on board with it, just give it time. But so this would be the dialogue. And that dialogue just continued on to where it went from watchers to now wanting to have the threesomes, and then that's when the ethical slut was introduced. And so it was just like a progression of this lifestyle that he wanted.
So kind of breaking that down, how far into the relationship did he start discuss wanting a watcher with you?
It was pretty early on. I would have to say it was before they took their trip to Cuba, which was around his birthday in May, that he began to talk. He was talking about the watcher. So that was 3 months.
Was that a different trip than the birthday trip that he took where he had the threesome?
Yes, that was a different trip.
Okay. Did the threesome birthday trip happen while y'all were together or before?
It happened while we were together.
Did you know that he was going to do that?
The threesome trip in Cuba?
No, when he went and paid for the threesome.
Oh, that was well before I knew him.
Okay. At any point, did you watch him and Tabitha have sex?
No.
Was Tabitha ever invited to watch you and Brodus have sex?
No.
Were you comfortable with the concept of a watcher?
No.
Was Brodus persistent about a watcher?
Very much so.
Explain that for me.
Everywhere we went, he would even text me and say, "Hey, you need to find us a watcher. Find us a watcher." And so I got to the point I was like, if I can find somebody, hopefully I can get him to stop. So I asked a friend of mine if she would do it for us, and she was like, if I do, we're taking it to our grave. He had me to tell her to download Confide, and we were able to dialogue three-way, and the things that he was asking her to do, she just backed out.
Did that whole thing make you very uncomfortable?
Very much so.
Why were you willing to even entertain it?
I wanted to make him happy.
So now I want to talk to you about Brodus wanting to expand the ethical non-monogamy. Well, I guess first, was he actually engaging in ethical non-monogamy?
No.
Tabitha had no idea any of this was going on, right?
No.
As far as you knew, she knew that that's what he wanted, but he hadn't told her.
As far as I knew, correct.
And you've heard differently from even that here.
Yes.
Did Brodus ask you about expanding the relationship beyond you?
He did.
When he asked you about that, how did you respond?
I told him I didn't want to.
Did he tell you, well, my wife's on board with it, so why isn't my girlfriend?
That's exactly what he said.
Did that cause problems between you and Brodus?
At first, no, but as it continued to go on, it did. Especially after he joined like this, he called it a book club, but they met on Marco Polo talking about the book, The Ethical Slut. And so the more that he engaged in that, it became to where it was, because he was more like, why are you not on board with this? And I'm like, why would I be? Like, it doesn't make sense because we already have limited time together. So why would I say, yes, you can be able to be with multiple women? And so it was that part, it was hard.
Did you love Brodus Perry?
I shouldn't have, but I did.
Were you in love with Brodus Perry?
I was.
Were you wanting to build a life with Brodus Perry?
I wanted what we had at that time, yes.
And y'all saw each other frequently, right?
We saw each other just about every day. I would cook for him, and so he would come to my office to eat lunch. If he didn't come to the office, I would drop it off for him. But it got to the point to where he knew my code to my office, so he would just come in. He knew where to get his lunch, warm it up, and if I had a session, of course, he would wait out in his vehicle, but other than that, he would come in and we would sit there and have lunch every day.
How did Brodus react when you told him that you were not open to expanding to allow him to have more girlfriends?
He was emotionally distant. Like, well, he would just he would tell me, well, you need to go and find someone. And I'd be like, I don't want anyone but you. And so he knew that would play on like my insecurities. So one time when he said, you need to go out and find someone, I said, well, what if I do? And he said, well, then we won't be together. So he knew that was going to get to me because I wanted to be with him. I enjoyed our time together when we did have it. And so he used the emotional part, the affection. He would give it to me, withdraw it if I wasn't really complying with what he wanted.
Since all of this has happened, have you had time to really retrospectively consider your relationship with Brodus?
Yes.
I want to talk to you, back to that, I want to talk to you about that Marco Polo group, okay?
Okay.
Brodus was in an ethical non-monogamy group with 2 other women, right?
Yes.
Were you a part of that group?
I was not.
Were you ever allowed to be involved with that group?
I wasn't.
But you knew about it.
Yes.
Would he have let you contribute?
That was the first time that any activity that he done that he didn't even invite me to do.
Did he actively keep it from you?
I would say so, because with any other thing he did, even to joining like a bourbon society, like we had memberships to a lot of things together, but that was one thing that he did not invite me to.
I want to talk to you about when Brodus and Tabitha Perry moved to Memphis, okay?
Okay.
Mississippi Boulevard reached out to Brodus, right?
To my knowledge, according to him, the pastor from Mississippi Boulevard reached out to Pastor Pointer, and then Pastor Pointer shared that with Brodus.
Had Brodus, to your knowledge, had any issues at St. Mark's?
Yes, he would tell me a lot about conflict that he was having with some of his coworkers. And then there was one instance where, according to him, he had misuse of a credit card.
Your Honor, this is going to the context of their relationship, just giving background on, and this is going to her buying things, paying for things. This is a debt that she repaid for him, and that's what it's going into.
Any further questions?
Christina, I'm going to rephrase my question a little bit, okay? At some point, did a situation arise where you had to pay back money to the church for Brodus?
Yes.
How much was that?
The debt was $2,500, but I ended up getting him $2,300, and he got very upset with me about it
Why did he get upset with you about it?
because he wanted me to do the full price.
And that was not your debt, right?
No,
So, did Brodus talk to you when this other church reached out to him?
he did.
Did he discuss with you whether or not he should accept it?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I told him I thought it was a great opportunity for him
Why?
because of the things that was being shared to me, that some things he was dealing with within the employment at St. Mark. I thought that would be a great thing for him. So he sent me his resume, told me to change it to performance-based, and I did that, and he went to the interview,
Is Mississippi Boulevard a prestigious church?
to my knowledge.
And you're not from here, right?
No,
You've never lived in Memphis?
I have not.
Did he eventually, to your knowledge, accept that position at Mississippi Boulevard?
Yes.
Did the church have a going away party for Brodus and Tabitha Perry?
I planned a going away party. Actually, he had two. He had one at the Cigar Lounge and then one for the church.
Who planned the party at the Cigar Lounge?
I did.
Who planned the party at the church?
I did.
Who paid for the majority of the gifts?
I did. And then he gave me a backstory on how to be able to elicit money from the other members of the church so that he could have a certain amount of money for when he left.
What do you mean?
Like it was, hey, reach out to the life groups and tell them, I'm going away and we're going to do monetary gifts. So that's what I did.
Did he get monetary gifts from that?
He did.
Before Brodus left, did he give you his new address in Memphis?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about after they moved, okay?
Okay.
Did your relationship with Brodus Perry continue after he moved to Memphis?
Yes.
Would Brodus come back to Little Rock?
He would.
Do you know why he would come? Why he would come back?
Yes. The main reason why he would come back is because of his orthodontics appointments. And then also he was building up a business and a consulting business, and he was beginning to he had one client that he was coming back to begin to do some consulting with.
What would happen when he came in town between the two of y'all?
We would meet up at the hotel and hang out.
I want to, and was that, he would come in town and he would contact you?
Yes.
And y'all would get together?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about April the 15th. I'm sorry, not April the 15th, March the 15th of 2019, okay?
Okay.
Did Brodus come in town that day?
He did.
Did he text you?
He did.
Did you meet him at the hotel?
I did.
Do you recall what hotel?
I think it may have been Spring Hill.
What happened after you went to the hotel?
The first time I went to the hotel, it was, just a drop off. He had asked me to bring him, to go buy him something to eat and to stop by and get him some bourbon. After I brought that to him, we made an agreement to meet up later on. I had called him and as it was getting later and say, hey, what time are we gonna meet up? And he was just like, I don't know, I'll let you know. But he never called. So I was at home and I was like, I'm just gonna break up with him. Like I'm not gonna do this treatment. Like no. I went to the lounge. I still had some gifts to give him, and he was coming out. And I said, open unlock your car, and I started putting the gifts in. Well, once he got closer to me, he just hugged me and gave me the key to the room and was like, go to the room. So I was like, okay, and I did.
And once he hugged you, was it all better?
It was,
Is that kind of how it went with Brodus?
yes.
So tell me about what happened after that.
That was one of the times that I still had my clothes on. So of course, when he got in there, he's like, why you still got clothes on? And I was like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got undressed. I did tell him, I said, I was coming to break up with you because of the way you're treating me. And he laughed it off and was like, well, why didn't you? And I was like, because you know I really do love you. He came over to the bed, started tickling me. We laughed it off. And then as we began to engage in what I thought was going to be love making, was not that night.
Can you tell me what happened?
As I was performing oral sex on him, he began to thrust himself inside my mouth really hard. And I told him that was hurting. Then he grabbed my hair. I had long hair, and he wrapped my hair around his hand and he started yanking it. And when he wasn't thrusting himself in my mouth, he was pulling my hair really hard. And with his other hand, he would just hit me and hit me and hit me. And I was like, it's hurting. And he was like, you better not bite me. You better not bite me. And then after that, we had sex, and it was just rough, and it was hard, and it was just not what I was used to. And then once we finished, something he never ever does was he rolled over and just gave me the cold shoulder. And I was like, you're not going to hold me? And he was like, no, and just went to sleep.
How did that make you feel?
I felt so used.
Did that affect you emotionally?
Yes. I was just like, what has always happened to me?
Did you decide anything when you were in that emotional state?
Well, that particular night, I just was, that morning, we stayed the night together, and that morning he got up and he left. He was getting dressed, and I was like, where are you going? Like, we always shower together. And he was like, and I was like, where are you going with still smelling like me? And he was like, none of your business. I was like, since when did you not tell me your schedule? And he left. Well, he was getting ready to leave. So I got up and I got dressed. And as I got dressed, I grabbed the key card for the room off the thing. And he laughed it off, and I left. And later on, I texted and said, hey, are we meeting up again? And he was like, I'll let you know. Of course, the day went on. I had rearranged everything, thinking that he was going to end up we would see each other earlier that day, but I didn't. And so that night, when I still didn't hear from him, I decided to head to the room. And as I was going, he was there. But in my wanting to head to the room, I had made the decision that I was going to kill myself in front of him, because I just wanted him to feel the pain that he was causing me. So when we got in the room, he was already in there by the time I parked and got in. And I pulled out my gun and I told him, you're about to feel the same pain that you've been giving me.
Did you ever threaten him?
No.
Did you threaten yourself?
I told him I was gonna kill myself.
What did he do?
He began to tell me no, and he kept saying that he loved me and that we can fix it. And I was just like, no, you're treating me so bad. And he was just like, that's not, I love you, I love you. And eventually he talked me into putting the gun on the counter and coming over and sitting and talking to him.
Did that restore a reason for you to live in that moment?
It did.
Was this the first time that you had gotten to the point of hopelessness, that you felt like you needed to kill yourself?
Not in a relationship, no.
Have you struggled for a long time with depression and suicidal ideations?
Yes.
After Brodus convinced you to put down the gun, did he take the gun away from you?
No.
Did he take the gun from the counter?
It wasn't until I got ready to leave when I went back to try to get it, and then he pushed me out of the way and he got it.
He didn't want you to be able to leave with the gun?
No.
And was he worried what you would do with it?
Yes, but he made me promise to meet him the next morning at the lounge.
Do you know where he put the gun?
At that time, I did not.
But he kept it from you, right?
Yes.
And you later found out that he had placed it in a locker at the cigar lounge?
Yes.
After that happened, did you realize that you needed a little bit of time?
Yes.
What did you do?
I made a plan to go and be with my friend. She is a therapist, but I just needed to get away, and she had an extra room. And so I just told her that I needed her to watch me and to just be there if I needed her. And
was she in Little Rock?
She lived in Pine Bluff, Arkansas.
So how far away from Little Rock?
About a 45-minute drive.
Is she someone that you also worked with?
Yes.
At that point in time, were you pretty desperate for?
Yes, I even was gonna go and be with another friend of mine who was a clinician, but she lived in St. Louis. But she then, by the time it was for me to leave one friend to go to her, was then going through some marital issues herself, so I decided not to go to her house.
During the time that you stayed with your friend, were you speaking with Brodus?
Very limited.
When you got back to Little Rock, did you resume speaking with Brodus?
I did.
Were y'all still together at that point?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about April the 4th, 2019, okay?
Yes.
Can you tell me about the text that you got on April the 4th?
I had sent our regular good morning text. I didn't hear anything from him that morning. And then later in the afternoon, I seen what he had responded. And so I opened it up. And it said, I think our time is up. So he had broke up with me via disappearing text.
How did that make you feel?
I felt so used and worthless, and I just felt like trash. Like, who does that to somebody who they say that they love?
Not a bad word. How did you react after you read that?
I wrote a letter. I wrote a note, a suicide note to my family because I was just like, I'm tired. I'm tired of the pain. I'm tired of it all. And I just wanted I wanted the pain to end. So I wrote a note and made a plan to take my life.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Latasha, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the note that I wrote to my family.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be made the next numbered exhibit.
Any objection?
Objection, Your Honor, should be 22.
We'll show the suicide letter as exhibit 22.
Latasha, can you tell me the date and time of that letter?
April 4th, 2019 at 3:14 p.m.
Can you read that letter to the jury?
To my family, I'm sorry that I have let you down. I tried my best to be the person you all thought I was. I tried to be the person you could count on and be proud of. However, I have been depressed for a long time. I did well with coping until the past 2 years. My world changed February 24th, 2017. And the shit just keeps getting worse. I know what I have been through may be nothing to some. And you don't understand why I couldn't bounce back. I have fought hard for so long to keep things together. I didn't trust anyone to know deep down how bad I was struggling. Only a handful of people knew, but they couldn't help me. To my fellas, I'm so sorry that I have let you down. I have fought hard to be the best mother I could be to each of you. I pray that what I have taught you will stick with you forever. Please don't be ashamed of me. Mother, thank you for being my mother. Please know that although you didn't think I loved you, I really did. I wanted so badly for us to be close. There was many times I just wanted to crawl into your arms and have you hold me. I'm sorry for being a failure. I tried to make you proud of me. Words can't explain or express the pain I feel at this moment. I have pretended for so long to be happy. I have tried to work through the pain and begin to heal, but just as my life would have it, yet another loss appears to remind me just how much of a failure I am. I don't have any insurance and I don't have any money, so please just have me cremated and don't worry about a service. I don't want to be a burden. I'm sorry for letting all you down. I love you all so much, and I wish I could live myself as much as I wish I could love myself as much as I love you all. Please take care of my fellas and always remind them of my love for them. I'm not being selfish. I just don't know how. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. This got out of hand, but it says, "I'm sorry for letting all of you down, and I love you all so much. I wish I could love myself as much as I love you all. Please take care of my fellas and always
she
remind
just put
them
on an act?
of my love for them. I'm not being selfish. I just don't know how to continue bearing the pain I have felt for over 25 years of my life. With each loss, hurt, disappointment, etc. I've experienced through the years, it only added to my current state of mind. I thought I could continue to push through and be strong, the strong Tasha everyone know, but I can't. I'm weak, and I have been for over the past year and a half. I thought I would bounce back. I prayed consistently, but I guess God no longer hears my prayers since I wasn't doing His will. I'm not perfect. I've messed up so many times in my life. The thing I wanted to be the most successful in, I messed up not once but twice. Well, really 3 times. I will leave that for you all to find in my journal.
You wrote that at 3:14 p.m.
Yes.
Where did you leave that?
I left it in my phone because I knew my little sister would find it because she helped me with my appointments. And that's the phone she used for making my appointments.
Did you leave it for her to find?
Yes.
What did you do after you wrote that note?
I drove to Sherwood to go purchase a gun
Why did you go purchase a gun?
because I didn't have my other one.
What was the purpose of the gun?
I wanted to end my life, and I felt like that was going to be the best way to do it.
When you went to that store, were you buying a gun to kill yourself, or were you buying a gun to kill someone else?
I was buying a gun to kill myself. I had a whole plan.
What was your plan?
I didn't want to do it at my house because my son lived with me. So I decided, as I was just thinking about all the pain, to go to this park in Jacksonville, Arkansas.
How far away from Little Rock was that park?
Jacksonville might be about a 20-minute drive from my home. And the reason why I chose that was because that's where Brodus was. He wasn't from Jacksonville, Arkansas, but the Jacksonville part of it was attached to him. And the name of the park was Johnson Park, which was attached to my second ex-husband. And then Ray Road, my daddy's middle name was Ray, so I just associated with all the pain from the men in my life, and so that's where I was gonna go.
How did you go there?
I was gonna drive in my car. It's from my home. It would have been straight down 440.
Is that an interstate?
Yes.
What happened while you were driving to Johnson Park?
As I was driving, I saw the Memphis exit, and so then I was like, "Go talk to him, Tasha. Just go let him see you. Go see why." And that's what I did. I just drove so I can see him face to face and hope that I can get something from him besides the fact that he broke up with me with a disappearing text. And as I was driving, he did text me, and as he was telling me that he still loved me. So I was trying to just figure out what was going on.
What did you do after you saw the Memphis exit?
I took it and I drove to Memphis.
Where did you go?
I went down to where I knew he would possibly be, which was a lounge. I guess it's in the downtown Memphis area called The Pocket. At the time, I think it was a fairly new lounge that he, when he got employment at Mississippi Boulevard, one of the members there had told him about.
Did you go to the Pocket because Brodus told you he goes to the Pocket on Thursdays?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you arrived?
I don't. I just know it was dark, and I know that I circled around for approximately 30 minutes trying to find a parking spot because I didn't know that you couldn't like park on the street. That everything down there was paid. Like, and yeah.
Just to back up for a second, when you went to the gun store to buy the gun to kill yourself, what did you take with you?
Just my license and my debit card.
Where was your purse?
I guess I had left it at home.
Did you bring just necessities with you to the gun store?
Yes.
And you left the gun store right after you finished purchasing the gun, right?
Yes.
How did you select the gun?
I went with what was the cheapest that was on. They have a wall that has all the guns, the names, and the prices, and I just chose the cheapest one.
How did you select ammunition?
Whatever the guy told me to get, I got it. Cause I was about to walk out the store till he was like, do you need ammunition? I was like, oh yeah. And so he told me whatever he recommended, I was like, yes.
And did you see on the video where he was showing you different types of ammunition?
Yes.
Is that what he was saying?
Right. And I
so
told, you couldn't hear, but I was like, I don't know. Just whatever you tell me.
When you left the gun store, what did you do with the gun?
I think it was still in the bag. I went home because I did wanted to leave my son something. So I had stopped at the ATM and got out whatever money I could get. And so when I got home, I put that in his room. And then I changed clothes. And I dumped some bullets out on the bed and just grabbed a handful of them and took the gun and left the house.
What did you do with the handful of bullets in the gun?
Once I got in my car, because I was trying to hurry up and leave because I didn't want him to come home while I was there, I loaded the gun in my car. And once whatever was left over, I put everything into my coat pocket that was sitting in the passenger seat.
Now, when you parked downtown, where did you go?
I started walking in the direction in which I knew the lounge was. And once I got on the street, I started walking up the street and I actually saw Brodus coming out of the lounge and I walked past him.
Were there any rules in your relationship regarding how to behave when you saw him in public?
Yes, I was not to approach him because I never knew who he may have in his company. So I was not to approach him, but if he acknowledged me, then I could have, talk to him.
Did you come within his sight?
Yes.
Did he acknowledge you?
Yes.
You actually walked right.
I walked past him, and so he said, "So you're just gonna walk past me and not say anything?"
At that point in time, did y'all engage in a conversation?
Yes.
After you talked with Brodus, what did y'all figure out?
Well, we decided that because his thing was I still wasn't wanted to be on board with him and this non-monogamy and have been able to see other women. So we came to I told him, well, we still haven't told Tab. You've always said something about telling Tab, so we haven't told Tabitha. And he said, okay, we'll tell Tabitha. He told me to go to the apartment and just talk to her about tenants until he got there, and that once he was there, we would tell her. He had to go to his boss house to drop off something. And so he gave me a backstory as to what to tell her if she asked me while I was in town. And and we left. But before leaving, we came to the resolve that once we told Tabitha about the relationship, we had a trip that was planned to go, we was going to Kentucky. If she said yes, then that would be a new start, a fresh start. But if she said no, then that would be the trip that we would end.
Did Brodus indicate to you that he was going to tell Tabitha while y'all were at the apartment
Yes,
about your relationship?
yes.
And what would have happened, or would you have been allowed to tell Tabitha without his okay?
I didn't know.
What, would you have been able to continue a relationship with Brodus if you had done that?
No.
So I want to talk to you then about when you left downtown, okay? Where did you go?
I put in the address that he had given me, and so that address did say Collierville. I didn't know how far away it was or anything. I just placed it in the GPS.
Do you remember what time you arrived at the apartment?
I know it was late. I just remember when we were there and we were talking, I remember the news coming on.
Probably around 9 o'clock?
Yes,
So you left Little Rock, Arkansas at approximately 5 o'clock, right? And drove to downtown Memphis, right?
yes, yes,
That takes about 2.5 hours.
yes.
How long would you say that you were talking with Brodus?
We talked for a while because I remember the valet pulling the car up a ways and getting out, and just because he was sitting in there waiting on him and we never did, so he just pulled it up and we continued to talk.
So then you left downtown, it was dark,
Yes,
drove to Collierville.
yes.
What did you do when you arrived at the apartment?
I circled around because I couldn't, it was dark and I really couldn't see like numbers or anything. So I circled around, and then I guess eventually I found the building number and I parked and found my way to their apartment according to the address.
If I may just have one moment, Your Honor. This is part of Exhibit 12. Latasha, is that your car?
Yes,
Is this also a photograph of your vehicle?
yes.
Which vehicle is yours in that picture?
The silver one?
This one?
Yes.
While you were sitting in your car, did you call Brodus?
I did, and I shared with him that I was a little nervous and could we just go somewhere and talk? And he said, no, we're going, you wanted to talk to Tabitha, we're going to talk to her.
Did he answer every time that you called him?
I didn't call him a lot, but I did that night.
Before you walked inside, was there a time that you called him and he didn't answer?
No,
Okay, not that you recall?
not the right call.
After you had talked to him and he said, no, we're gonna do this, what did you do?
I went to the apartment and knocked on the door.
Were you wearing your coat?
Yes.
When did you put on your coat?
When I got out of the car to go to find him at the lounge.
Is that when you were walking around downtown at night by yourself?
Yes.
Did you ever take your coat off after leaving downtown?
No.
When you left downtown, how would you describe your feelings?
I was a little hopeful. I was like, okay, maybe, we can get some resolve. We can get back to normal. And so that's what I was focused on.
And when he insisted on telling Tabitha, did you get even more hope?
Yes.
So what did you do? Did you get out of your car?
Yes, I got out of my car.
Were you still wearing your jacket?
Yes.
Did it register to you that you had a gun in your pocket?
It did not.
Did you go to the apartment?
I did.
What did you do when you got to the door?
I knocked on the door. And I can't remember, but I ended up bending down. And that's when she said, I'm not going to open the door for someone I don't see. And so I knocked again. And that's when she was like, Tasha, is that you?
What do you mean you bent down?
I don't know if, I couldn't remember if it was time or sure or something. I just remember bending down, which is why she didn't see me when I knocked the first time.
You just don't remember?
No, I don't, yeah.
Who answered the door?
Tabitha.
What did she do when she answered the door?
She, once she opened it, she embraced me and said hello and welcomed me in.
Did you go inside?
I did.
Where did you go when you went inside?
She positioned for me toward the couch, and she sat on one end and I sat on the other.
And that would be Your Honor, if I may put, this is part of the cumulative exhibit. Is this the couch that you're referring to?
Yes.
And you were seated on this side?
I was.
And Tabitha was seated on this side?
Yes.
Did you talk to Tabitha?
Yes, we talked. We talked about tennis, but right before we kind of got into the tennis talk, she had made a phone call to Brodus.
And what did she say to him?
She told him, she asked how long it was going to be before he got there. And then she told him she had a surprise for him.
When Tabitha let you into the apartment, did she close the door behind you?
Yes.
You and Tabitha were sitting alone in the apartment with a closed door, right?
Yes.
Would anybody outside of the apartment have been able to see in through that door?
No.
How long did you sit talking with Tabitha?
Again, I know the news ended up coming on, so maybe 15 minutes or so.
At any point, did you pull your gun out and threaten Tabitha?
No.
At any point, did you verbally threaten Tabitha?
No.
At any point, were you trying to hurt Tabitha?
Not at all.
Were you happy to be there about to have this conversation with Tabitha?
Yes.
Was Brodus there yet?
No.
Now, I want to talk to you about when Brodus Perry arrived, okay?
Okay.
When he walked in the door, could you see him?
Yes.
Can you describe his demeanor when he saw you?
When he came in, he didn't look surprised or anything, which is what I thought he would do since he knew I was going to be there. But he was just like, I think Tab was like, surprise. And he was like, this not a surprise. I thought you had some keto cookies for me. And from there, he was like, what are you doing here? And then I went with the story again that I was in town for a conference. And we just kind of started engaging in small talk. He came and sat beside me. And then after about a minute or so, was like, would you like a pour?
What is a pour?
A pour is some bourbon.
Did you accept the pour of bourbon?
I did.
Where was Brodus seated?
He was, approximately a foot or two from me.
I'm putting back up from the cumulative exhibit,
That blue chair,
this blue chair right here,
Yes.
and you were seated here,
yes,
and Tabitha was still seated here.
yes.
After you accepted the pour of bourbon from him, did he make any comments about you drinking?
He came back and sat down, and as we were talking, he would make references to me drinking and would say, well, I think you're gonna have to stay the night. So I'm thinking, okay, well, this is about to get into this conversation. But he never would give me eye contact. But he would continue to make, it's like, we have to clean out the bed in there because it has a lot of clothes on it. And, but I'm still looking at him to get, like, to see where you going with this. But he never did lead into the conversation. He actually started asking me questions like, so where are you staying in Memphis? And I'm like, that wasn't part of what you told me you was gonna say. So I don't know Memphis. He knows I didn't know Memphis. And so I didn't know what to say. I finally said an Airbnb. And then Tabitha was like, where? And I was like, downtown. And then that conversation ended. And he continued to say something about me staying the night, but never going into the conversation of what we were supposed to be talking about.
Had you ever been into that apartment before?
No.
On April the 4th, when you were there, what part of the apartment did you go into?
I walked through the front door, which led into a small little hallway and right into their kitchen area.
And then into the living
And
room?
then into, yes.
Did you go into any bedroom?
No.
Your Honor, this is part of the cumulative exhibit 13. Did you ever go into the guest bedroom?
I did not.
What is all over the bed in the guest bedroom?
Clothes?
Had you seen that?
No.
But those are the clothes Brodus was talking about?
Yes.
When he was talking about clearing off the bed and you sleeping over, did you think that was his jumping off point to talk to Tabitha?
I thought so.
How were you feeling at that point?
Very nervous.
Were you also excited?
I think I was more nervous because I just didn't know which way it was going to go, but hopeful.
At some point, you lost hope.
Yes.
And you said you were going to leave.
Yes.
Why did you decide to leave?
I saw that it wasn't going anywhere. Like I said, he was not giving me eye contact. So I knew, or I felt like he had changed his mind. And I just didn't want to keep sitting there feeling, at that point, stupid.
What happened after you said you were going to leave?
Tabitha got up, he got up, and so she began to tell me about watching for the police, you know, because I had been drinking.
Had you drank a lot?
No, not at all. But she still was just letting me know. And she began to walk toward the door. And I asked him, would he walk me out? He said no. And I said, why not, sir? That's Southern hospitality for you to walk a woman outside when it's dark. Because I wanted to just get him to see, like, what happened. Why didn't you follow through? But he refused to walk me out. So Tabitha opened the door and was walking out. I was still trying to get him to walk me out. And as I reached into my pockets to get my keys, I remember being outside the door, and then the next thing I was standing in their kitchen.
Do you deny that you shot Brodus Perry?
I do not.
Do you deny that you shot Tabitha?
I don't, but I know it wasn't intentional.
Did you mean to shoot Tabitha?
No, I wasn't trying to hurt anybody.
When you went to that apartment that day, did you intend to use your gun on either Brodus or Tabitha?
No.
when you went there, what was your purpose in going there?
Thinking that I was gonna get some kind of ending to the relationship.
And what do you mean?
Like, okay, of course, after I got to, talking to him at the lounge, we had a plan. It was either going to be a start or an ending, but it was something that I could see, like I knew it wasn't just a disappearing text, but still, I love you, So I went to the apartment, I guess, for lack of a better word, to get some resolve.
Did you have hope, given that Tabitha was open to the open marriage?
I was nervous about that because, like I said, he had told me she had these rules about not nobody that you know and things like that. So I'm like, she knows me, so I don't know what that was gonna be like. I didn't even think about anything beyond that.
As far as Tabitha goes, this is a person that you became friendly with, right?
Correct.
How did you balance that with having an affair with her husband?
It was very hard. She, like, we started off, she had approached me to invite me to lunch. It came out of nowhere, and I didn't know, like, what was really going on, because by this time, Brodus had been talking about us being sister wives, and so when she asked me, I was a little confused, because I'm like, okay, has he talked to her about it? But she never said anything about our relationship. Even when we began to play tennis, it was her who initiated it. So it was uncomfortable for me, but we were friendly. And it was hard, but I still did it because I wasn't going to tell her because I love Brodus.
When Brodus told you that he wouldn't walk you outside, he said, Tab will do it. How did that make you feel?
Rejected, unworthy, stupid. I was so stupid. And it hurt so bad.
Were you angry or were you hurt?
I was hurt.
Were you thinking clearly when you pulled the trigger?
No.
Were you reacting to that situation?
Yes.
Was that a traumatic situation for you too, in retrospect?
Oh, yes. I hate what happened. I'm so very sorry. I never wanted to hurt anybody. I've spent most of my life helping. I never would intentionally try to hurt anybody.
Did you ever plan to kill Brodus Perry?
Never.
When you drove to Memphis, were you driving to Memphis to kill Brodus Perry?
No.
Why did you drive to Memphis?
I drove because I just wanted to see him.
Why?
I wanted him to explain why he did that.
Did you hope he would say, we can be together?
Yes.
Did he give you that hope when you went to the apartment?
He did.
Did he yank that hope away?
He did.
Did
He often did.
Did you break in that moment?
I shattered.
Did you ever intend to hurt Tabitha?
No.
Did you even realize that you had shot her?
No.
That's all I have.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Daniels, I'm going to take you back to April 4th, 2019, at around 4 o'clock. You remember yesterday when we introduced that surveillance footage of you at the gun store, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you know that was you in the gun store.
That was me.
And you purchased a gun that day.
I did.
And you also purchased ammunition that day.
I did.
And when you went to that gun store, you brought your state-issued ID, correct?
Yes,
And you brought your credit card, correct?
I did.
And once you left with that gun and the ammunition, you didn't go to Jacksonville, did you?
No,
You drove to Memphis,
no. I
You-
drove home.
but you eventually ended up in Memphis, did you not?
That is correct.
And you chose to go see Brodus Perry, correct?
Yes, I chose to go see him.
A man that you chose to be involved with.
When I first encountered Mr. Perry for counseling, I did not choose to be with him. I went to him for direction, not a relationship.
It's a yes or no question. You chose to be involved with him after you met him, did you not?
Yes,
And when you got to Memphis, and after you talked to Mr. Perry, you drove to his apartment, correct?
yes, I drove to his apartment.
And from Sherman, Arkansas to Memphis, it's about a 3-hour drive, right?
According to what has been said, I wasn't counting.
And when you got to that apartment, you talked to Mrs. Perry.
Yes,
And when you got to that apartment, you stayed there and you talked with her for about 20 minutes. Correct?
yes, we talked for about 20 minutes.
And then once Mr. Perry got there, you talked to him.
Yes,
And while they were gracious enough to walk you out of their apartment after an unexpected visit, you got your gun out, didn't you?
it wasn't unexpected for him.
But for Miss Perry, it was.
It was.
And after you exited, you decided to take your gun out, correct?
No,
And after you exited, you shot Mrs. Perry, did you not?
my
Yes or no?
actions resulted in them being shot, yes.
And then you shot Mr. Perry, did you not?
It wasn't a conscious decision, but yes.
But you didn't do it because you lost control. You did it because you thought he deserved it.
No, I love Brodus. I would have never intentionally hurt him. No, ma'am.
You did it because he broke your heart.
No, ma'am.
No further questions, John.
Were you in a good state of mind that day?
I was not. I was
All
not.
day?
I was not my healthy self. No.
When you came to Memphis, did you come to Memphis out of anger or out of love?
I came out of love.
Did Brodus expect you to be there when he walked in?
Yes.
Did that visit go the way that you expected it?
It did not.
Did it end the way you expected it to?
It most definitely did not.
Did you go there to hurt anyone?
No, I did not.
Who did you plan to hurt
I
that
wanted
day?
to hurt myself. I wanted to end my own life that day. That's it, and that's all.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
No recross, Your Honor.
You may stay. You may call your next witness.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. call your next witness.
Your Honor, that concludes our proof on behalf of Ms. Daniels. We rest our case.
All right, we have heard the proof in this case. I'm going to excuse you for the day. You have to hear my speech. We're still not ready to discuss the case, okay? So I'm gonna excuse you for the day. Go have dinner, get a good night's rest, and we'll be ready to work in the morning. So I'm gonna show you an excuse so that you can leave your notepads and your pens in your chairs.
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, we would like to renew the motion for judgment of acquittal. As to count one, we would submit that there's been no evidence of premeditation, most certainly no evidence of cool and calm reflection and judgment. And ask the court if you let this proceed to the jury that it not proceed past a second degree. And then as to count two, Your Honor, I did some research during the break, and this is it's an interesting topic. So what we have here is we have one count of first degree versus Brodus Perry, one count of criminal attempt first degree versus Tabitha Perry. State v. Millen addresses the issue where if yes, Your Honor, I do. Except my computer shut down while I was talking. Millen v. State is Supreme Court of Tennessee, 988 Southwest 2nd.
Say it again.
988 Southwest 2nd, 164. And what this case is, a person attempting to kill person A and instead killing person B. Person A was fine. What the court said is that in that instance, that should be treated as a felony murder, a murder in the perpetration of an attempted premeditated murder. So, then we move to Kimbrough v. State, which I will have to pull up the site on. Which was decided in the early 90s and said that in Tennessee, criminal attempt felony murder is not an offense. So what we have here is an allegation of attempted premeditated murder, where that person was in fact died, and then an attempted murder during that allegation of an attempted murder during that premeditated murder, which, if Miss Perry had died, would have been a felony murder. Except attempted felony murder is not an offense in Tennessee. So unless I think that those two cases together preclude transferred intent for that criminal attempt first when the person that was intended to be shot was. It is a very unique and interesting interplay of the law, and it's. But I do think that we absolutely have no evidence that Ms. Daniels was attempting to even shoot Tabitha Perry, much less kill her. The evidence that Tabitha Archie provided, she told police that she did not even think that Ms. Daniels was trying to shoot her. So, Your Honor, I would submit, again, as to Ms. Tabitha Perry, that it is more appropriately a reckless endangerment. And I'm still working on that site for Kimbrough. And Your Honor, if the court does not hold the criminal attempt to the jury, then the employing a firearm would not apply as well, unless it got down to a criminal attempt, to a reckless endangerment. But again, I don't think that the necessary mens rea for criminal attempt first-degree murder has been established, and I don't think that the transferred intent is appropriate in that context.
Right.
That case, I understand it probably does not preclude transfer intent, and that's a doctrine that's well established. She was trying to kill somebody else and hit somebody else, and that's transfer intent. It's in, like, as I said before, it's in the jury charge. There's absolutely proof of premeditation on the first degree murder, at least taken in a light most favorable to the state. She went to Arkansas, bought a gun, drove 3 hours, showed up at his house and shot and killed him. So again, I think they're jury questions, and ask the court to overrule the motion.
Okay. I'm gonna have to look at those cases. I'll give you a ruling on that in the morning on those last two, cause I'm gonna have to read those, and you can give me that cite for Kimbrough v. State. But I can go ahead and rule on the first degree murder. And the standard again is that after viewing the evidence in a light most favorable to the prosecution, any rational trial fact could find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the offense. And based on the court's previous ruling and even hearing the additional proof presented by the defense, it's simply a jury question as to what her state of mind is. And so I think at this point there's enough evidence for this matter to proceed to the trial on the first degree murder charge. And then as far as the criminal attempt first degree murder and the employing a firearm, I need to look at those cases, and I'll give you a ruling in the morning.
That citation on Kimbrough, which is Kimbrough, is 924 Southwest 2nd, 888, Tennessee, 1996.
And can you give me that site again on Millen? It's Millen.
Yes.
And
that is 988
988, okay.
Southwest 2nd, 164, Tennessee, 1999.
Okay. All right, I'll look at those cases and I'll give you a ruling on that in the morning. So I sent out the instructions. If you could review those and let me know what changes we can have a jury conference in the morning before we charge the jury. But I'm going to show you excuse for the day so we can adjourn for the day.
Real quick, before we adjourn, can we approach real fast?
Yes.
Black female judge better not play. They better nail her to the wall. Won't
She
sit out
got
there.
on the stand in her own defense. Terrible move. She tried it though. She tried that. Oh, he had rough sex with me. He ain't beat her. He had rough sex with you. You wanted to break up with him, but you also want to know why he broke up with you through a text message, because breaking up in person, he probably would have got killed a lot sooner if he had broke up with you. But you was going to break up with him. He broke up with you, and you wanted to know why. Does it matter if you wanted to end it first? Guilty.
Guilty as hell. I don't want to hear nothing about no damn mental abuse, none of that shit. Her ass was smart enough to go buy a goddamn gun and pull up to his crib. I don't want to hear nothing about no mental shit. This girl was just Coco. Cuckoo to Coco, goddamn.
Whoever that turned that white lady talking, she could not get her words together at all. Did the judge even say what time they coming back in the morning? This is a toss up. 45 minutes after whatever they say. So if it say 9:30, just get here at 10:15, they'll be started. Oh, I got a good one, man. I got a good upload. I didn't got the body cam footage of Tony Allen getting arrested yesterday and charged with possession of coke and or meth and a little weed. He clicking on the side of the road though. He is upset. This shit is funny. I may have to react to it tonight, but I'm just gonna upload. We'll play it. Do it as a live. So it'll be on both channels.
Ain't nobody taking no damn mental abuse as nothing is into effect. Hell no. If that's the case, women use that shit too much, and we need to make a law to evaluate all these women before we date them.
She could have, goddamn it, stopped if she wanted to. That nigga didn't force her. He was trying to collect hoes. Dang, they approached her. They done. We can't hear the private conversation. That's rude. Man, I don't know about them other rendezvous that they had. See, Collierville is like an hour from downtown. Oh, I guess that's it. They got their screen up. All right, y'all. We out till tomorrow morning. Peace. Low key niggas hating, but they don't want no beef. State gang, true sippers, bitch. I bet we gon' eat.